And you could also, all of it's our first name with helpforhd.org behind it. So I think that'll do it for our presentation. Next slide, please. Once again, huge thank you to all of our supporters that have supported us through the years and this year especially. So huge thank you to all of them listed on this slide. So without further ado, we could unshare screen, and we are going to bring on our first panel. And this panel, I am very excited and thankful to all of them for coming on with us today and saying yes when they received that phone call from Katrina and I. So thank you. I am going to bring on Lisa Mooney. Is she on with us? Hi, how are you?
Doing good.
Good. So
it's early.
I know it's early.
I don't know how you guys are so chipper, but
it's early.
Thank you for your energy. It's helping.
Yes, and it's smoky here. I just want all the smoke. We're all, Lisa and Katrina and myself and Michael were in California, and we are on fire. So it's kind of hard to breathe, but today's a little better. So that's good. So Lisa, for those of you who don't know Lisa is a licensed clinical social worker for the HDSA Center of Excellence at UC Davis, California. She cares for in the clinic HD patients and family members. She is amazing. She is so great when it comes to resources and talking about benefits and long-term planning. And I personally know because Lisa was Mike and my social worker throughout our journey. And I remember when I first met Lisa, I was like, well, what do I need a social worker for? Because I didn't know about HD really. And she came in and asked if I need anything. And then she was literally the person I used the most. Social workers are so important and play such a huge role. And Lisa is like this rare find, amazing with families. And we are also thankful for Lisa and everything that she does for the HD community. So I'm going to pass it over to Lisa. She is going to moderate this panel, this next panel, which is Living with Huntington's Gene Positive. So if we can bring on Jamie. Brandon, is Brandon on? Cool. And
Shelby.
Hi.
Hey.
Cool.
So
Hello.
good to see you guys.
Yes.
We're waiting. Oh, there we go.
There, just for Brandon. Cool.
Hey.
So,
And I think Anne, we're waiting for Anne too.
oh, and Anne. Oh, there she is. And if you can share your screen and unmute when you get a chance. She's in, so we got her on deck. Cool. There we go.
Oh.
Perfect. So I'm going to turn it over to Lisa, and Katrina and I will mute out. We're here if you guys need anything at all, or there's any technical difficulties, but we will for once be quiet.
Thank you, Help for HD so much. I'm not going to name all you guys because I will totally forget someone and I will feel really awful about that. Amazing. I'm so honored to be part of this particular panel. Really part of it, I'm just asking the questions because the best part of my job, yes, it's the best part is that I meet some amazing human beings, and while I'm only these amazing human beings virtually, I'm very sad about that because I read I have to meet this person, like they're just good quality humans, and they're all anyways, when I read their bios, and I will apologize because I am going to read their verbatim just because I don't want to miss anything because there's lots of details in here. So I am going to alphabetical order because I didn't know what else to do, to be honest with you. So Anne, I don't know if we listed, but I'm going to start with Anne. Anne O'Donnell is from Illinois. She is from a large Catholic family. She's lost many aunts, uncles, and a sister to Huntington's disease. Anne did not know what Huntington's was until she was in, and she decided not to test until she was older. Anne earned her retirement at 55 years old. Good for you, Anne, good job. After 30 years of service as a state employee, during COVID, Anne was diagnosed with Huntington's disease and since has enjoyed learning more disease through online events. Anne tested at the age of 55. And then she realized that her anxiety, depression, and impairment came from her having Huntington's disease. Hi, Anne. She is very proud to be a moderator with the Hope for Huntington's Disease Facebook group. So if you need more support, please contact Anne's contact Anne's Facebook group. I need more and there's more than 2,000 members, so I'm sure there's lots of helpful information. And thank you so much for being with us this morning. Next, I'm going to you, Brandon. You're next in the alphabet.
All right.
That's Brandon. He is married to Jessica, and I do believe him. She is so amazing. He's 39 years old, retired from the Army because of Huntington's symptoms after 12 years service. So thank you for your service, sir. I have a CAG repeat of 47. Brandon has a CAG repeat of 47. He got HD from his dad and his grandfather. Growing up in an HD family was very difficult for him. He joined the military to help him to stand on his own 2 feet. He reported he felt like he was maybe also running away from Huntington's disease. Unfortunately, Brandon. His wife and he decided in 2006 to get the blood test for Huntington's disease right after he returned from Afghanistan. Thank you. After an insane combat tour, I'm sure he has some really crazy stories that he has. After that time, his words spiraled out of control, but slowly but surely he was for years, although I think it's understandable given your life. Then he got mental health counseling and a bit of medicine and reports it was amazing and really helped him. He's been a lifelong martial artist. He's joined his local gym for about 6 years, and the gym and martial art is essentially a great medicine to fight HD physically and mentally. He lives like a professional athlete and finds lifestyle very helpful for him. So thank you, Brandon, for being here this morning.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next,
Thank you,
we're
ma'am.
on to Jamie. I'm sorry, Brandon, what was that?
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. We have Jamie Parrish. Jamie has been living Ohio for 11 years. At the age of 17, she lost her father and grandfather to HD. Testing positive for HD, Jamie spent many years volunteering with the HD community. The president of the HDSA Iowa chapter for 6 years. Thank you for your service. During that time, she organized the annual Iowa Education Day and started a police outreach program. Over the years, she has traveled across the country to with many of those affected by HD. Most recently, she and her husband have an IVF process. She spends most of her time managing a successful real estate business and traveling the world. I can't even, seriously, the amazingness we should all be grateful. Shelby, thank you, Jamie, for being here. You're next. Shelby Lentz. Did I say that right?
Yep.
Okay. Shelby spent 2 years in Nashville, Tennessee, where she attended Belmont and worked at the Grand Ole Opry. How fun is that? She recorded 2 EPs while in Nashville and performed on Broadway at the famous Tootsie. Second EP, entitled Unbroken, featured a song called Champion. Lentz co-wrote and Jessica Kelly Adams, inspired by the Sylvester Stallone's Balboa films. After the diagnosis of Huntington's disease in her family, diagnosed herself, she began her own nonprofit called Champion's Disease in 2018 to help aid research as well as other local families struggling with disease. Thank you for that too. The foundation or the nonprofit was named in honor of her song Champion that is now recognized as an HD anthem, and part of her musical proceeds go back to Champions for HD for the fight against Huntington's disease. Shelby competes in the Miss America and has a degree in public relations from Western Michigan University. Thank you, amazing humans. I am so honored to be in your presence today. Does anyone have anything they want to add about who they are and about their story? Get started so people know. where you're coming from. All right. So we have, it looks like 22 amazing questions from the help. And what I think is so fantastic is I'm going to steal these questions because sometimes I have to come up with my own, and they're way better than anything I've ever come up with. So I'm going to ask you guys questions. I am direct each question at somebody just to speak first, but any of you, Shelby, Jamie, Brandon, Ann, are welcome to anything that you feel is relevant and will be beneficial to our audience today.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, share as much or as little as you need. You know, this is being live streamed, so if there's things that you would rather not talk about, that's perfectly okay too. Okay. So the first question goes to Jamie. You're up. This person is 23 years old, wants to test, and what do you recommend he or she do beforehand?
So I recommend going and talking to a therapist. So it's been 12 years since I got tested, so I'm not actually familiar if the process has changed since then. But going to a therapist to make sure you're ready, because I didn't realize how much it was going to change my life. And I didn't really take it seriously. So taking that process seriously and making sure that you're ready. Another thing that I didn't do was get life insurance before I tested. So I would definitely recommend that. It's much cheaper, and once you've tested positive, you can't get life insurance. So.
True. Jamie, when you say therapist, is this someone that you like that was HD knowledgeable, or you called up?
So the person I went to was not. I think if it was somebody who was, that might have helped me a little bit more. But I also think I was young and I just wanted to get tested, so I didn't really take it very seriously. I just was like, I want to do this and this is what I'm going to do, and didn't really think about what was going to happen afterwards.
Well, you were 17. You were invincible. You had mentioned to being ready. Do you feel like you needed to get physically ready, emotionally ready? Describe that.
Emotionally ready, but I mean, people ask me that a lot, and thinking back on it, I don't know if anything would have actually prepared me for how my life changed or how I changed as a person. And it took me a couple of years, and I finally found a good therapist, and he told me like your identity as a person has changed. Like before you were at risk, and now you're positive, and you have to figure out what that means for your life now that you're a positive, like gene positive. So, and that took me a long time.
When you say long time, how long? About
probably 4 to 5 years.
Okay. I hear that's pretty common. That's actually normal. PS, just for those watching, like it does take a long time. Most people will mention that it takes like the first year, they're kind of in a fog. They don't even really remember.
Yep.
You know, maybe that year much. Second year, they start to feel a little bit better, but it does take, you know, at minimum, probably 2 years, 2 to 5 years to feel like you're at a place of acceptance. Does any of the other panelists, Shelby, Brandon, or Ann, have anything to add?
Sure. I didn't really realize this, but I guess I kind of had the same thing going on too, where, I mean, I got tested with my wife for family planning reasons, but I don't think I really put as much thought into it as I really did. I was kind of going to a little therapy at the time for some PTSD stuff from Afghanistan, but I really didn't take it as seriously as I thought I should have as well. Honestly, I think I was kind of immature and went at it kind of like a teenage mindset also. And now her saying that, I definitely realized I did that too. But it was also good information to have so we could plan.
Thank you both for sharing. The next question is directed towards Shelby. How would you tell someone about HD when you first start dating?
Well,
these are intense questions.
So I was going over some of these questions with my boyfriend of 3 years. We went out to breakfast this morning because I'm in Michigan, so it's 11 here, so I'm wide awake. But we started dating a year after I got diagnosed, and so it was still very fresh to me. I was still processing it. And it got brought up on one of our first few dates. And I always tell people, for me, I see it as a positive because you can weed out people who you probably don't want in your life long term. But just being upfront and honest and transparent. And I told him, if we want to be together long term, if we see this going somewhere, we're going to have a conversation about what having children looks like and how we're going to address your family, my family. This is what you're walking into. My sister is sick. I go to the hospital in between classes at that point in time and work. My dad's disabled, and are you willing to go on this journey with me? Because if you're not, that's okay, but let's address that here. So yeah, it's a big conversation to have over dinner, but it's definitely one you need to have.
Does anyone have anything else to add?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think, in the first few dates, maybe not bringing it up, but soon after, I would bring it into the conversation because you do. It's a good way of weeding out people that you don't want in your life.
Yeah.
Because you know that this is a long-term disease that's going to take a lot of weight away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask the converse question? So clearly it went well with your boyfriend, which is fantastic. He sounds like another incredible human being. Did you have conversations that didn't go so well, and how did you handle those?
Yeah, actually, well, just like relationship wise, dating.
Yeah.
I was in a long-term relationship before my boyfriend now. And again, I was 19 when I started the testing process. So that's a lot for two 19-year-olds to try and comprehend together. But it kind of pushed us apart just because he wasn't able to process that, didn't really understand how to give me the support. And I was an emotional mess, just going back to the testing, like that first 6 months to a year. So I think it's important that you need to make sure, not only is your partner going to be in a good mind frame, but you are in a good mind frame before you start going into dating again, because that's a lot of baggage to carry around. And just still going to therapy. So you have someone outside of your partner to talk to. I've been going to therapy for 20 years, and I think that there's no shame in that. So I would just say, be upfront. And if someone cares, they'll do the work.
Thank you guys so much. The next one is for Jamie. I promise Anne and Brandon will get to you. We're not leaving you out. Jamie, I want to have children but cannot afford IVF PGD. Do you have any resources or ideas?
Yeah, so my husband and I had this issue too. I can tell you what we did, and then I have a couple ideas too that I would have gone to if we needed to. So we've done the first part of the IVF process. So we have frozen embryos right now. We are kind of waiting because we like to travel. So we're trying to do some of that before we have a baby. But what we did was we broke the process out a little bit. So we initially did the PGD part because they have to create this, oh my goodness, I can't think of what it's called, a probe. And that costs about $5,000. So we did that part first, we paid for that. And then we went and did the actual, the process, and the medications, I think cost $3,000. I think that whole part of it cost like $15,000. And then to do the transfer, it'll cost like another $5,000. But I kind of mapped it out so that it wasn't so much up front. I know it's hard to be patient, but it worked for us. So my two other ideas, Help Cure HD has a program where you can apply, and I think it's 100% covered. So if we were looking to have another baby, we might explore that. And I told my sister to do this the other day because she's trying to figure out how to pay for hers. If you go get a part-time job at Starbucks, their insurance covers IVF.
Wow,
So,
really?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Starbucks, I love them even more now.
I have a friend that works at Starbucks, and she was telling me about it. And so I was like, if I really had to, I would work 2 jobs to do it.
Amazing. I did not know that. That's fantastic. Okay, can I do a shameless plug, Katie? So HDSA, I understand we're at Help for HD today, but HDSA does have a family planning support group. And it's shameless because I facilitate it with our amazing genetic counselor, Mara. And it has been, I mean, I've been doing this for 11 years. It is one of the most amazing support groups. And it's people like Jamie or Shelby or Brandon or Ann, or people just coming together to talk about their family planning journey. So we have lots of people on there similar to Jamie's story, using IVF PGD. We have other people that chose to start their family and just, naturally, if that's a word these days. Anyways, it's a really great group. It meets every other month. Please reach out. It's at supportgroupcentral.com. And it's just a fantastic group. And we talk a lot about these things of, how do you plan for it? How do you pay for it? It's basically a full-time job, right, Jamie?
Yeah.
It's intense. It's very intense. I've learned more in this group in the last several months about IVF PGD that I had no idea about. Anyways, Katie and Katrina, that might be the next topic that you guys need to do. Anyways, all right, let's move on. Anne, you're up. Were you tested through a specialist, or did you go to your primary care doctor?
I actually found out by accident that I had HD. I was 55 years old, and I was having cognitive issues and psychiatric problems, but I didn't have any movement or anything like that. So we didn't really think it was HD. I went to a neurologist. We did a MRI. He said that looked fine. It didn't look like a Huntington's brain. And then he changed insurance, which I'm sure a lot of people have that frustration of doctors changing insurances. And so I found out by accident, standing in my primary care office doctors, she said I tested positive for HD.
How was that experience for you?
It was kind of numbing because I thought I had aged out of it, being 55. So I thought I had gotten past that. So I really didn't think that Huntington's was in my future. So it was quite an awakening. Thankfully, I'm afraid to go to doctors. So my friend was with me when I was told.
Oh, I'm so glad you had someone with you. Brandon, Jamie, Shelby, do you guys have anything to add about your experience?
I did mine when I was in the military. We did it kind of secretly, and we paid for everything, and we did everything on our own because we didn't want anybody to know. I didn't want to get kicked out of the Army. And so we just paid for it on our own and did it on our own at Duke in 2006. And because we needed that information to make better decisions. And it was painful, but the right thing to do. And now I love that people are way more open about things like that. And like we did PGD IVF 3 times in a row, none of it worked, unfortunately. But that was another thing, we kept really quiet because we didn't want anybody to know. So, but we paid for it all out of pocket, which was not cheap for a simple soldier.
Right. You mentioned it was painful. Can you elaborate on that? Like physically painful, emotionally painful?
Emotionally painful, definitely, because I was numb from combat and then numb from this, and then numb knowing my dad was about to die from this, and just numb from a lot of things. I didn't realize how much I was actually affected. And again, I assume after this whole thing, and it really shocked my world, the episode in 2006 in Afghanistan was so intense that it opened the floodgates for me. And I didn't realize it because I was assuming all the physical motion, like the movement stuff, I was waiting for that to happen. And that really has never happened to me. But the mental side of it is, it's terrible. But I don't have too bad of a chorea at all, and I'm really good at controlling it. But so I was waiting for the chorea things to happen, but I really didn't realize that my mind was going nutty from Huntington's, not PTSD, both. But I got a good handle on PTSD stuff, but I didn't realize Huntington's was kicking my butt so hard until I started seeing people like you from through the VA. And through them and stuff, I've learned to get all sorts of awesome, positive coping mechanisms and work my way out of there.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. And thank you, Brandon and Ann, for sharing your stories. And a couple things. You had mentioned that you thought you aged out of it. I really appreciate you saying that, because that is sort of one of the myth busters that I think they talked about several months ago, whenever that was. And that is a myth. Unfortunately, people, you know, everything is a bell curve, right? And there's people on the outliers. So there are people at our clinic in Sacramento where we've diagnosed people that are in their 70s, you know, with Huntington's. So unfortunately, there's not a magic age of like, I'm going to get this age and then that means I'm in the clear. We actually can never, ever say that. The only way we can clear anybody and, you know, give them the information they need as far as whether they're going to potentially get Huntington symptoms or not is to do a blood test. And that's not for everyone. You certainly don't need to run out and do a blood test, but that's really the only way we can give anyone the all clear, right? So thank you for mentioning that, because that is something that is pretty common in the Huntington's community for people like, if I just get to this age, then I'm all good. I won't have to worry about it. But
Definitely my family.
that's what happened in your family?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. So, and Brandon, thank you for talking about just the emotional state of things. I do think that a lot of times in clinics, people in Huntington's, and we talk a lot about the chorea and the dance-like movements and things, those definitely are not the usually present itself for people. It usually is the emotional, and those, as we all know, are invisible symptoms, right? You feel them, but no one can see them. So it definitely makes you feel like you're isolated, or maybe you're going crazy or something like that. So if you do start to feel, you know, differences or changes in your body, please reach out to a Huntington Center of Excellence or a medical provider team that you feel comfortable with, so they can look at and see what's really going on. That all those symptoms can, not the cognitive really, but the mood symptoms can be treated. So whether it's Huntington's disease or life or IVF, PGD, stressors, or whatever it is, depression, anxiety, irritability, anger, all of those things, suicidality can be effectively treated and managed. So you don't have to suffer. Thank you both so very much. Brandon, this next question is for you. My son has HD and I want to know how I can best support him. What advice do you have?
Supporting them, your children, is loving them, which I'm sure every parent will do. I don't have kids, but I know how that feels, and I see other parents doing it. But that's not the only thing. Also holding them more accountable and pushing them further and further while staying in a positive light. You can keep going all the time. Your mind is way stronger than your body. Your mind is way stronger than you think. My mind is way stronger than I think. I'm actually a big fat wimp. I'm a huge wimp. I'm an emotional guy. I've always been an emotional kid. I've always been a fat kid who loves to eat cookies and cakes and pies and ice creams. But with everything I've got going on, that doesn't help at all. So continually climbing that ladder and holding myself accountable more will keep me more healthier for later things down the road. So don't let them skate away. Love them, but push them harder and harder to do harder and harder things, because they will see results from doing harder and harder things, both physically and mentally.
That's great advice. That's great advice. We can all be pushed harder, right, to move outside of our comfort zone. So I think
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
for everybody. Jamie, Shelby, Ann, do you have anything to add?
I would agree with what he said. It's great advice. Just
Yeah,
keep
totally.
pushing yourself.
Yeah, I love it. All right, the next question is for you, Shelby. How do you talk to your friends about HD and what you were going through?
Oh man, well, HD is an umbrella, because when you try to explain the symptoms, Obviously, we know what those are being in the community, but not everyone experiences them the same. My favorite quote from a friend of mine is that HD is like a snowflake. Everyone has a lot of similarities, but not one is alike. And so that's how I start the process of explaining it to friends, is like, here's what my dad's going through. It's more mental. He has less physical. And then when my sister was still alive, it was the complete reverse. She was still mentally all the way until the end, very there, which was amazing, because I've heard people who said that that's not the case that they've had, but physically she was decaying. And so it's just important to explain everything that could possibly be going on, but that not every Huntington's looks the same. And I think that that's how I tell them that it's scary when you go in to get the test result, because I had an amazing genetic counselor, but I'll still never forget her looking me in the face and going, you're gene positive, you have a CAG of 49, but we can't tell you anything further. We don't know who, what, when, where, how severe, how bad, what's going to happen after this. And so that's the moment you're not prepared for. But just starting and starting with that, and yeah, it's it's a process, but they'll be supportive no matter what.
Do you have to ask your friends for certain things or tell them what you need, or do you just have amazing friends that just sort of know?
So I mean, for me, there's no symptoms yet, thank the Lord. I mean, it's been more just emotional support, because after you get that diagnosis, I always tell people it is grief, because you're grieving the person that you were before you had Huntington's. And now it's, for me in the past year with losing my sister, it's a different kind of grief. So I know that in those moments, there's nothing anyone can really say to make it feel better, but just having them be there physically, emotionally, and supporting you. That's what we all need at the end of the day.
Very true. And Brandon, Jamie, do you have any other advice?
Yeah, in my situation, my friends kind of already knew that Huntington's ran in my family. So when I tested, they were very receptive to and very open to helping me out and stuff like that. I have panic attacks, and I have some really good friends that help me out and take me out places and stuff like that. I stopped driving 2 years ago due to the panic attacks and the cognitive functioning. The doctor said I shouldn't properly drive. So my friends have been a big support system. So really involve your friends as much as you can. I mean, turn out that you find out who washes out in the end, who ends up being your really true friends when you're going through this process.
Thank you. And Brandon, Jamie?
Thank you, ma'am. Sure. I've always had a good core group of friends, and I make friends pretty easily, but telling them things about Huntington's is very difficult for me, because I like to stay strong, and I don't I just don't want to hurt them and make them feel bad. So I hid it for the longest time from everybody, from my family and stuff, because I didn't think they were strong enough to handle it. But that was really the wrong answer. And I definitely did that to my friends too, here and there. But now I'm really open, and the more open I am with everybody, I am really, really open with everybody generally. It's way better, because I help educate people and inform them what I'm going through, and then to not treat me any different. That's one thing that I really try to strive to not treat me any different. Otherwise, we can keep going and doing our things. But most of my friends and family are very supportive, no matter what. I have tons of friends and family and a really strong support system. I'm very lucky to have that.
Right. And I think I've heard from other HD families that, most people do want to help. They just don't know how. Mm-hmm. So I think it's important to tell them, like Shelby said, hey, I just need you to sit with me and hear me, and listen to me. I don't need you to say the magic words that's going to fix the situation, because let's be real, those don't exist. Or I, am having trouble cooking dinner. Can you make me a casserole so I can have dinner for the next several nights? Or, can you take me to church, or can you take me, here, can you go with me to the doctor's office, and or we need community support so that we can do our IVF PGD process, those types of things. So sometimes I tell families, like, if you think of something that you need done, like even if it's mowing your lawn, like write it down, and then when someone says, how can I help, you're like, by the way, actually, I'm glad you asked, can you mow my lawn for me? And I will say 99.9% of the time, if that's a good friend, they'll be like, absolutely, I'll be over there in 5 minutes or tomorrow or whatever. So you guys had really good advice. Thank you for that. The next question is for Anne. Do you get frustrated when people blame Huntington's disease on things that are going on with you that aren't Huntington's related?
I don't really get frustrated because I haven't been diagnosed that long. I've only been 2 years with the diagnosis of the HD. I get more frustrated when people, decide that the disease isn't important enough to focus, on the disease. And the thing is that I think too, what frustrates me sometimes is, everybody tries to say, oh, this is because of Huntington's, and it might be a medical reason that could be happening for someone. Like this morning, someone was talking about somebody, that had an overactive bladder, and that is part of Huntington's, but it also could be a urinary tract infection. So, medically, I think I get more frustrated when medically, people aren't checking out the other facts of what could be involved in a situation.
Brandon, Jamie, or Shelby, you have anything to add?
No, ma'am. That was perfect.
It was perfect. Good job. All right, next one is for you, Brandon. With so much negativity out there, how do you stay positive? This goes for Huntington's persons and any individual living on the planet right now.
Well, really, I was really a negative person forever, and just really a sad guy in general, and blamed all my things on everybody else. But I've learned to cope with everything with the mental health counseling for years and years and years. And finally something clicked in my head and I was like, oh, okay, positivity, that's awesome. It was like a whole set of weights was lifted off my back, and I could stand up straighter, and I was happier, and I could like smile better. And my wife and I did the same thing, going through counseling over and over, and just living in positivity and not thinking about negative things. And it took forever because my mindset was so downtrodden and I was just down in the mud. But now I'm up here, and it just took a long time. It took a lot of work and lots of mental therapy and lots of homework at home, doing things over and over, and learning to slow down and smell the roses, because I'm a pretty fast guy. I like to zip around and do all sorts of things, but learning to actually appreciate the things that I have here and the things that I do, and not just zip around doing things to prevent my anxieties from getting too crazy. Actually smelling the roses and being grateful. That's one thing that I've been trying to do each day, is to think of something that I'm grateful for. And that helps a lot. If I don't do that, if I don't think of positive things, then yeah, the negative things start creeping up again. But the positivity, that way of life, I think it becomes a really, really cool way of life. And you like it. It's easier for me now. So I love it more. So that's
the more you practice positivity, the easier it gets.
Yes, ma'am.
To be positive. Okay. Can I ask you, right in the middle of your taking a sip of water, do you think your active lifestyle helps you keep positive, stay positive?
Definitely. Yeah, because I notice when I don't exercise or meditate or do all my little things that I do, oh, it's a nightmare for me and for my family and stuff. I'm a freaking nightmare around here. I'm a terrorist, really. I don't do all my little things.
Not really, if anyone's looking at words that we say on here. He's not really that person. All right, Jamie, Shelby, Ann, do you guys have any other advice to add?
I think since I tested so late, I figure that one of the ways that I remain more positive is because, I have made it to this age without real major symptoms of Huntington's, and the movement and stuff like that. So I watched, my father and my sister pass away from it. So I'm thankful that, I'm given this life. And it's like my mom says, everybody with Huntington's responds differently. So I think trying to remain positive and uplifted is, an important factor in the disease process.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I agree. Shelby, next one's for you. I am finding myself grieving for my future. I don't even want to finish college knowing that my life will be shorter. How should I get myself motivated to continue?
Wow, I've had so many conversations like this with people who are just recently gene positive and or when I got tested. But when I got tested, this is part of the testing process that you go through with the therapy. They ask you, if you get tested, are you still going to proceed with X, Y, and Z, these goals that you have? I was still in college. And, for me, I definitely would tell people you're going to grieve for a while. That's normal. And not every day, even still, I'm 4 years into my diagnosis. There are days where I'm very depressed. I'm very open about that. But for 90% of the time, I am optimistic, I'm hopeful, but I look at things as far as Huntington's has given me a new lens, because now I know that my life is very precious and fragile. So for me, I kept telling my genetic counselor, I have more of a reason now to go to school and finish my degree, because if I wait, 5-10 years because I'm scared, well, then I might have missed my opportunity to do it and get that job and go follow my dreams. And so that's why, with me being a musician, I'm constantly trying to book myself with gigs and playing my guitar, because there's a chance that someday I might not be able to. So I almost see it as a positive, and I try to tell people that live your life as if it's your last day. One of my favorite songs is "Live Like You Were Dying" by Tim McGraw. And he literally talks about this guy who got diagnosed with cancer, and he's doing all these things on his bucket list because he knows that he might not be around for very long. And even again, when I was talking to my boyfriend about this, he said, I know you have Huntington's, and no one can ever understand that or take that away, including me. But at the same time, none of us get to escape death. None of us our time on here is not solidified. None of us is guaranteed tomorrow. So if you know that now, having Huntington's, there could be someone who doesn't have that new lens, and they just live their life not going after things that make them passionate and happy. And even like with my sister, she was only here for 14 years, but she had a very happy 14 years. And there's some people who live 90 years who were miserable those 190 years. So I just say grieve, let the roller coaster of emotions play out. But at the end of the day, say, how can I live better now?
That's fantastic advice. And Jamie, Brandon, anything to add?
I completely agree with that. So I was depressed for a long time after I got tested, and it's hard to get yourself out of that box where you just think your life is going to be over. And now that I'm 12 years out of it, I have had so many amazing years that I got to do amazing things and help people and travel and spend it with my husband. And if I would have not been able to get out of that dark place, I wouldn't have gone on and been able to do all these cool things. And I have a ton of life left. But it's hard to see when you've just gotten tested. It's just, it's really hard.
You just got to move through the grief, right?
Yep.
You got to feel it, move through it to get to the other side. And Brandon, anything to add?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, next question is for Jamie. What is it like for you going through, I can't read. What was it like for you going through the testing process?
It was really emotional. It's kind of one of those things like, should I do this? Should I not do this? I went through the process with the therapist, and I remember thinking a lot like, this person can't really help me decide because they're not living my life or going through this. And I didn't feel like I had any friends that could understand. It felt kind of lonely. But yeah, that was a long time ago. But I was depressed afterwards. But I pushed through that after a while, and it's tough.
Thank you for that. Shelby, Brandon, or Ann, anything to add regarding your experience?
I agree.
Nope.
Have
All
a good
right.
support team. That's the most important thing.
That is really important. All right, Brandon, you're up next. Do people
Yeah.
treat you differently now that they know you have Huntington's disease?
Definitely. Some people do treat me a little differently here and there. I guess I'll let them know what my expectations are and what my boundaries are. Otherwise, if you're going to be too negative in my life, then even if you're my brother or sister or whatever, if you continually keep going past those boundaries or my expectations, then I'm gonna have to cut you out of my life. And I've done that, but it's for the better for me and my family. But most everybody does great. Once I tell them what's going on and how things are going for me, they ask really cool questions and everything is pretty sweet. But definitely people still treat me differently. But it's okay. I don't mind. I like educating, and I'm not really the sunshine guy. I don't like the spotlight to be on me. But if I've got to do this in order to educate and inform and advocate for people like us, then I guess I'll do that. So that I ask questions back and forth and kind of inform people of how they should be. But it's tough to do that too often. And it gets me beat down a lot.
Thank you, Brandon. Ann, how about you?
I don't feel like I've been treated any differently. My friends have been, because I've had the diagnosis of the anxiety and the depression prior to the HD diagnosis. My friends have been all pretty consistent with their support and with their help. My family has been a big support in my life and in my journey with the Huntingtons. I just really they treated me well before I had the diagnosis. So when I had the diagnosis, it just showed me that I did have a core group of family and friends that were really positive people in my life.
That's fantastic. And that kind of rolls into the next question, which is directed for you. And were all your family members supportive of you testing?
Actually, they didn't know I was testing. I tested. My one sister had suggested it after a neurology visit, and a cognitive testing had been done. She had suggested testing for Huntington's, and I kind of put it on the back burner and did the MRI and stuff like that. So they didn't know that I was testing for it. So it was more of a shock to them to get the call that I did have it at this age, that I had in fact had HD. So they've been mostly supportive with the diagnosis and stuff like that, and in terms of helping me and helping me take care of my bills and my sister is my banker, if you'll speak. She keeps a track of my account, and make sure I'm not overspending anything or anything like that. So I don't think it's really any differently than I have been. I've
Thank
been
you,
treated
Ann.
pretty well.
Fantastic. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you. Shelby, Jamie, Brandon, did you all have supportive families when you were going through the testing process? Especially Shelby and Jamie, you guys were young. Lots of people have opinions about young folks testing.
Yeah, I mean, I had so much support. My family at that point, when I got diagnosed, my sister, my dad, and my grandpa had already been diagnosed. So there was only a few of us left at risk. And I just had a gut feeling, which I now know was like a God feeling. And I went with it. I don't think if it's not right for everyone. And I tell everyone that, especially at like my age or Jamie's age when we got tested so young. But if you trust it and you go through the process and you think you're mentally fit for it, I'd say, go for it. But there's nothing wrong with waiting either, because my sister is.
Did any of you have unsupportive family and or friends that were sort of against you, if that's the right word, testing? And how did you deal with that? We didn't have that experience in
I
this
never
group.
really that. I just didn't tell anybody what I was doing really, because I assumed they couldn't handle it. But I did have one supportive aunt who went through the same process, the sister of my father. So she was very supportive of me doing that. But everyone else, no, I hid it from everyone, except my wife, obviously. She was my rock and helped me a lot.
Well, thank you for that. I'm glad that you guys all had supportive family and friends. And, oh wait, just kidding. We just went over that one, but the next one is for you. My family doesn't talk about HD and they don't want me to test. I feel like if I do, they won't want to be part of my journey. Have any of you dealt with this kind of stress? Which is kind of the question I just asked. Sorry.
That's okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think you should, it's your journey to go on, whether the family supports it or not. I think that you should test if you feel that that's what you need to do.
Shelby or Jamie, have you guys talked to anyone else that maybe has gone through this, and what did they do, or what advice maybe did you give them?
I think you have to remember that it's a personal choice, so nobody can make that decision for you. You do need a support system. So if you have a friend, did you say friends and family aren't supportive?
I don't know what I said. It said my family.
Yeah, maybe you can find a friend who's supportive and can go with you. But yeah, you definitely need support, but you also need to make that decision for yourself when it's right for you.
Yeah, so this kind of gets to the idea of family secrets. Did any of your family, and Shelby, Jamie, Brandon, did you guys talk openly about Huntington's or your risk status for Huntington's disease, or was it something that was a family secret?
For my family, sorry.
Go ahead, Ann.
Oh, sorry. For my family, we didn't know about the Huntington's. Since I'm probably the oldest one on this panel, we didn't find out about Huntington's until I was in my late teens, 19, I think we found out about it. And the only thing you could do at the time was test, and there was no real answers or cure for it. So there was, we really, at a younger age, didn't talk about the disease. And once my dad, because he was in his 40s when he ended up developing symptoms of Huntington's. So that's when we actually figured out that it was there and it was hereditary.
And after that time, did you guys talk openly about it, or was it something that you guys kept sort of behind closed doors, if you will?
Now I talk openly. My mom, a lot of times when I go to visit her, we will talk about the HG and stuff like that. Now I'm doing and stuff like that. There's nobody that's really closed the door on me in terms of friends or family, thank God. I have had that supportive relationships with my family and my friends. That I think a lot of people, part of the group I'm on is an online group, and it's a support group. And I think what a lot of people use that for is a purpose that they're looking for people with HD like themselves that have the disease, that they can back up, like when they have questions, or someplace else to go to rather than family if they don't have a supportive family.
I think that's a great idea, and that if your family is keeping it a secret or not open to talking about it, it probably says more about their processing and their coping than it does about yours. And if you do need to talk about this, please reach out to a support group or something like Anne's Huntington's disease Hope for Huntington's Facebook group, because you will find people out there that are willing to have these conversations with you about it. There is support available. There's 80 something HD social workers. We will all talk to anybody who calls us. So please reach out. Obviously you have 4 fantastic persons that are living with Huntington's disease on the panel today that I'm sure would be willing to talk to you about Huntington's disease if you are not getting the support you need from the people closest to you. Excuse me. Does anyone have anything to add? Shelby, I think you were going to talk. And then
Jamie.
Oh, Jamie, sorry.
Oh, my story's a little different. We didn't know that my grandpa had HD. We always knew that he was sick. We didn't find out until I was 16. And then my dad committed suicide when he found out that my grandpa had it, and then my grandpa died 6 months later. So it's just like something that's not been talked about in our family a lot. So then I got tested. I didn't really tell my family until I was kind of towards like about to go to that appointment to get tested. And then I tested positive, and it's still not really something that we talk about. My sister knows that she's going to have to deal with it at some point because that then makes her at risk. And so, yeah, so now she wants to have a baby. So she's kind of trying to figure out, should I test? Should I not? Should I just do IVF? But we don't really talk about it a whole lot. But there are people out there that will talk about it with you, just like you said.
Thank you. The next question is for Shelby. I feel like I am constantly judging myself, and everything that happens is due to HD. How do you get past waiting for symptoms to begin, or do you ever get past that?
Well, the definite answer is no, you don't get past that, because I've dealt with anxiety and depression from the time my parents divorced when I was 5. So my mom's had me in therapy my whole life. And it's really hard. I remember having doctors at different like clinics and presentations say, it's really hard to draw a fine line between when does your Huntington start and what is just like normal depression, normal anxiety, or what is, like with my dad, I had a very toxic relationship with him growing up. He was very abusive because of his Huntington's. But again, where does that line start? I don't know. So it's something that I have been better at as far as like managing the anxiety of it, but I'm not perfect. And especially when you're in an anxiety driven situation, it's very normal to have those experiences, because part of the reason I got tested was the 9 months I waited for my test result. I was away at school. So my mom asked me to wait it out. So I started it at 19, got it a year later at 20. I was more anxious, depressed, and like coming up with symptoms that weren't actually happening when I was waiting for my test result than once I got it. And then for like 3 years, I was fine. And then after I lost my sister, because I'm like more anxious than I have been, I'll go through periods where I think I'm twitching or things. And most people around me who know me, who would probably tell me if I was, go, no, you're stressed. You're a stressful person. You do a lot of things. Like, don't let that get to you. But it's normal to feel that way. And you never quite get out of that mental funk of do I or do I not have symptoms. So don't be hard on yourself if you feel that way. It's normal. But again, that's why I got tested, because I knew I would be in my head even if I didn't have the test. So It's normal, unfortunately.
Jamie, Brandon, or Ann, anything to add?
I think that was a great
Great
answer.
job.
I think it was a great answer too. This is what I'll tell you. I am not at risk for Huntington's disease. And the brain is a powerful organ. You can convince yourself of almost anything. I have worked for Huntington's for 11 years, and if I try really hard, I can convince myself that I might be at risk for Huntington's disease. Here's the thing: anxiety, stress, depression, irritability, changes in cognition, all of those things are symptoms of life. If we are stressed out, you could have tremor-like movements. If you are depressed, you might have sleeping issues, and you might not be as focused at work, and you might drop your keys all the time. But dropping your keys does not mean you have Huntington's disease, or dropping your pen. Huntington's disease is a group of symptoms. So if someone calls me and like, I'm dropping my keys all the time and I can't focus at work and I'm having this problem and that problem, while it could be Huntington's related, that in and of itself will not get you a Huntington's diagnosis. So I think, like Shelby mentioned, that it is 100% normal for people that know that they're at risk for Huntington's or know they are gene expanded to sort of have this what if feeling, because you do know that at some point it will come into your life. But we're all human, and our brain is is always working on overdrive for most of us. And, we can convince ourselves we have cancer, or we can convince ourselves we have other things. And it's about, I think Brandon mentioned it earlier, being stronger than your brain and saying, no, brain, you're just going out of control. This is just Tuesday. Does not mean that I'm, getting symptoms today or anything like that. So it is hard. I think reaching out to support groups or to groups like Ann's or Huntington social workers can sort of help you process and work through that. But it is normal for us to let our brains get the best of us sometimes. And that's okay. Part of life symptom, as I say. All right, Jamie, I am a caregiver for my wife. I want to ask you, how can I be sure to make her life as dignified as possible?
I would say to make sure that you include her in everything that she can go to. Make sure that, like, if you're taking to her doctor's appointment, that the doctor is talking to her and not ignoring her. Like, for example, I know somebody else in the Huntington's community who said that they had taken her aunt to a birthday party and they just kind of put her in a corner to sit there. So make sure she's being included, and I'm sure she still wants to be if she can. And knowing when to take a break or ask for help when you yourself need help, because if you can't, if you're having a hard time, then that's going to affect how you can take care of her.
That's a great answer. Thank you, Jamie. Anyone else have anything to add?
Beautifully said.
Perfect. Perfect.
And I think if COVID has taught us anything, or there's been a silver lining in COVID, it's that we can be connected even without being in the same room, or, maybe you can't fly to X wedding, over in whatever state, and your HE loved one can't be there with you in person, but maybe you can get them there virtually and have them be part of it in some other sort of way. So I think, I don't know, for me personally, there's been a silver lining of, we have other options to keep people connected. And go ahead, Ann.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe that was just my weird computer. And let's see, the next question is for all panelists, and we'll start with Shelby. Have you been in a clinical trial, and can you talk about your experience?
Okay, I actually was just in a HD focus group about clinical trials, and I'm laughing because I got asked this question.
Right.
I am not, because I've tried to get in some and they told me, you have a high CAG, but you're not symptomatic enough, which again, that's a blessing. I'll take it. I've participated in Enroll HD for 3 years. So I'll go to Vanderbilt University in Tennessee and I meet with them, and it's basically just like a general checkup. They take your blood, they check your mental and physical being, but that's as close as I've come to a trial so far.
Thank you. We'll go to Jamie next.
Yeah, same. I did the predict study and the enroll study, but not any like drug trial or anything like that.
So enroll, just so people know, is observational. So when they say it's not a drug trial, we're not giving any intervention in the enroll study, but in the enroll study, we're gathering lots of information to hopefully help us, meaning help clinicians and scientists learn more about Huntington's disease and advance other potential drug trials and things. I see Katie and Katrina unmuted. Did you guys have something to add?
I'm gonna add throw a thing in there to you guys, because I think Shelby just made a very good point that all of our community is talking about right now, big time. Do you think that we are putting people in trials too late, Shelby, because you're not symptomatic or you don't have this? So do you think a lot of these outcomes that we're getting that aren't great is because we aren't maybe testing the right population because people aren't diagnosed?
Yes. And I also just want to say the other thing that frustrates me is that I'm 24 right now. So the few years I've been diagnosed, and even with my sister being, you know, a preteen and teenager when she had juvenile, they would say, well, you're not 25, so your brain's not fully developed. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? We have Huntington's. Like, what do you mean? Can I sign a waiver? Like, yes, it's very frustrating.
Jamie?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot that could be studied in before the brain starts changing. So definitely makes sense.
I think the scientific community does agree with you as well. Definitely a lot of the clinical community as well. And we do agree that, you know, because a lot of them are capped at 65, and I don't know how old you are. I think you said you were 55 maybe, but you know, there are a lot of them are capped at 65, and why aren't we testing this in, you know, our older adult onset Huntington's folks versus also to our juvenile onset folks? Yeah. So it's quite frustrating. Brandon, we skipped you, but I'm coming back to you. Have you ever participated in a clinical trial, and can you talk about your experience?
Sure, I did at Duke University. I can't remember what it was called, but it was using creatine to use to see whether or not it helped protect the brain from some of the neurodegenerative stuff. I can't remember what it was called, but I did that. And then here, I think in Illinois, I think I did the Enroll HD in downtown Chicago. And I'm pretty sure that's where they observe what you're doing and do some cognitive tests and things like that and watch you walk. But that's it. And I'm on the secondary list for Unicure, I think it's called. I'm on a standby list for Unicure, but I haven't actually done it yet.
And what was your experience? I forget the name of that drug trial too. What was it, Katie?
Crest. Yeah, Crest.
Oh, Brandon.
Yeah. Good job, Brandon.
Got it.
Saved
Good
it.
job.
Saved the day.
All right. And Crest, how was your experience? Was it a good experience?
Well, I remember taking creatine when I was in the Army for lifting weights and stuff and staying in shape, and it didn't make me feel the same. So I felt like it made me really sick. It made me physically sick, nauseated, taking these little packets of creatine every day. So that was unfortunate. However, it didn't really help with the cognitive stuff at all. They found out later that it didn't help at all.
So did you, what was participation like? Do you go?
It was just like maybe once. Gosh, this is so long ago. Crap. All right.
You don't remember. It's okay if you don't remember.
Like every 6 months, but it was like three months, and then they would taper it off to like every 6 months. So I would go every month, and they'd give me a couple packets of this creatine junk, and then they'd give me more and more and more, and I'd go less and less and less. And
was it an experience? Sorry, I interrupted you. Did you enjoy the experience? Like, would you consider doing another clinical?
Okay. Yeah, the Duke team over there, they did a really great job. Yeah, the nurse, she was amazing, really awesome. And the whole family over there was really good too.
Okay. And we have not forgotten about you. Have you participated in any clinical trials or observational studies, and what is your experience?
Actually, I'm too old for a lot of because they're doing one that's now out, that's Proof 8 HD, that I'm too old for. But I know that they are looking for people, if anybody out there, I know that they were still openly looking for people for that study. But funnily enough, we've been talking through this communication through Zoom. One of my appointments, they actually used through the telehealth doing a Zoom call. So I think that would help a lot in Huntington's patients that are not able to go to the doctor's office and stuff like that, that they would be able to do the Zoom call.
You mean participate in a trial via Zoom?
Yeah.
You know what? I think
That's a good
Edie
idea.
and Katrina talked to,
Oh.
tell me the doctor's name. I cannot believe I'm not remembering. Oh, Ira Schulzen. I can't pronounce. Anyways, he's doing a study, a Zoom study.
Awesome.
So, Anne, ask and you shall receive. So maybe they can talk about that a little bit later, but there are some of those studies coming down, Anne. So I think you have a fabulous idea there. And I think scientists are hearing what you're saying, and especially in this age of COVID and shutdown and pandemic and, all of that, I think people are recognizing that maybe we do need to have other options for people to participate. So thank you all so much for contributing to that question. Jamie, my partner and I want children. I don't want to test yet. I don't want to test yet. I've gotten so much judgment online. Oh, I'm so sorry. But we don't want to do IVF either. Any other options for us?
So there are other options. You could have a child naturally, you could adopt. I think that there's kind of a feeling in the HD community that you have to do IVF. And after going through it myself, because I kind of felt like that was what was right for me. After going through it myself, I questioned it a lot because it was a lot on my body. It was a lot of stress. It was a lot of money. And we didn't know if this was going to work. We still don't know if it's going to work. And it's really a personal decision between you and your partner. And if somebody is telling you or giving you judgment online, I would maybe stay out of those groups and get away from them so that you can clear your mind and figure out what's best for you. I know there are other people who have done other things who I think Lauren Holder might be willing to talk about that too. Sorry to throw her out there. But there are other people who have done other things that I know are willing to talk through those too. So
yeah, so genetic counselors, just to steal from my genetic counselor, and then the family planning group that I talked about earlier, we do talk about the other options. There's people that choose all different options. So one is to do nothing and just to start your family, the old fashioned way naturally and see sort of what happens and what the future holds. And that is 100% appropriate and totally, everyone deserves to start a family if that's what they want to do. None of us know what's going to happen when our DNA mixes with our partner's DNA. None of us know. Does that mean, you guys might know you're at risk for Huntington's disease, but you could also be at risk of cancer or other things that we haven't been able to test yet. So having children is always a risk. You just never know what the future holds. So please don't let other people's judgment stop you from doing what you want to do in life and starting a family if that's what you want to do. The other option is IVF, like Jamie mentioned, IVF PGD. Adoption is also an option, as Jamie mentioned. The other one is sperm and egg donation. You can go and get a sperm donor or an egg donor to ensure that it doesn't that you don't pass the gene on, depending on which partner is at risk for Huntington's disease. You can do an IVF PGD process blinded as well. It does add a layer of complication, of which we don't have time to go into today, but you can do that as well. And I think Jamie's advice of, if people are judging you, first of all, they don't understand what you're going through, and they don't understand the complexity of having a baby. Believe me, people get judged for having kids all the time. You're too old, you're too young, you're too this, or you're too that, or you're not in a good relationship, or, you know, everyone has their opinions. But I think Jamie had good advice of, you know, try not to listen to those people and distance yourself from those people and those opinions, and make sure that you're doing and that you can focus on what you want as a person. Shelby, Brandon, Ann, anything to add in that area?
No, ma'am.
I agree. I could go on and on about that subject, but I agree. I agree.
Jamie,
Don't listen to the
Get it off.
trolls. They start early.
What'd you say? They start what?
I had someone in a support group when I was inquiring about just resources, because in the next few years I'll probably start trying to have kids, and someone was like, just sterilize yourself. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I had to laugh that one off. I cried initially, but then I just laughed, so I'm over it
Wait,
now.
was this a HD support group?
Oh yeah,
They told
it's
you to
just like,
sterilize yourself?
yeah. She was like, well, the only way you can guarantee it is if you just sterilize yourself. And I was like, oh, okay.
That's actually inaccurate information. There's other ways
So
to test for that. We can't go
yeah.
into it right now, but yeah, as Shelby said, don't let the trolls influence you and how you live your life. I like
laugh
that.
them off. Laugh it off.
Yeah, you gotta laugh, otherwise you get too
Have
emotional.
a dark sense of humor.
Yeah.
Right. If you don't laugh, you're gonna cry and, you know, lose it, right, on them. Lose your SHIT on them. All right, Brandon,
This one.
what or who is your biggest support and why?
My biggest support has always been my wife. And why? Because we've been married for like 20 years. So we grew up together kind of. And we've seen each other change, and we've become terrified learning all this and going through all this together. But she's always been there no matter what. I was always gone, doing stuff in the army, doing stuff in school, doing X, Y, and Z, and she's still always there. And I come from a HD family, so most everybody was pretty wacky, and it was super chaotic and crazy. But she's still there, and she still helps me out a lot. So her family and my family and a lot of friends that I've met throughout the years that become family, they're really awesome support. But definitely Jessica is my number one person to help me, and really my sounding board and my go-to person for bad ideas.
I love that. P.S. We all have wacky families, whether we have HD in our family or not.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
let you know. Anyone have anything to add about who their biggest support person is in their life? No, and we lost you. We're just looking at your lights. They're very pretty, but we want to see your face.
Sorry.
It's okay. Brandon,
Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
go ahead. What?
My battery is low, so it's gonna probably cut out pretty soon because
Oh,
the phone is hot.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Is it plugged in?
It won't take the plug-in because it's too hot. The phone's too
Yeah.
hot.
Oh,
Maybe
so-
Michael can help you.
Take it
So-
out of a case.
And then, but another thing we could do, because Anne only has one more question on we're coming to the end of the panel and she has one more question. So why don't we reverse the next one, go to Anne, and then that way if it cuts off, then it's okay. Is that okay, Anne?
That's fine.
Great.
Okay, well, Anne, before you cut off, thank you so much for being here and thank you for sharing your story
Yeah.
and your recommendations. I think it'll be really helpful for people you've touched today. Your last question, what are the pros and cons of online support?
Well, I think I already kind of covered this a little bit in talking before, but the pros obviously are you have a receptive open audience that are willing to listen to your problems and stuff like that. Always with this, we have some people that are trying to say they have the cure for Huntington's, and they post that kind of stuff online. So I don't want people to get confused. There is no cure for Huntington's at this time, so we don't support that on our website, and we try to keep it off of our website. So, but yeah, that's one of the cons of being an online support group.
Very true. Well, Anne, thank you so much. I mean, I hope you'll stay on, but if you get cut off, thank you so much for being here this morning or afternoon,
welcome.
depending on where you're at.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you feel like you can openly talk to, I think you said her name was Jessica, about what is going on with you related to HD, or do you find yourself holding back for any reason?
I've always held back, but now recently with things, it's getting harder and harder. For me, I've learned to be more open with her, and she's been really receptive and helpful, thankfully. And well, I wouldn't expect anything else. Obviously, I just don't want to stress her out, honestly, as much as I can. I want to keep her as healthy as I can because she's awesome, and I don't want to make her go nutty any earlier than she has to already go nutty because of my wackiness.
Did holding back lower her stress, or did it make
No, not really. Generally, it's yes, same. Gets worse. So yeah, really getting down and dirty with what I'm thinking and how I'm doing helps me and helps the whole team in the long run, and not hiding things. However, I think there's some things that I try to stay kind of stoic with and don't let them bother me or her because it's all up to me on how I feel on some things. Me taking control of stuff and not letting it all boil over onto her, it's not fair.
Okay, thank
But
you.
if I do get overwhelmed, yeah, she's my rock.
For sure. Jamie and Shelby or Anne, do you have anything to add? Okay. Let's see. Shelby, coming from a large family of siblings who have tested positive and or are at risk, how do you support each other?
Oh, I mean, just being, I'm really grateful to all my siblings. We're a blended family, but we all get along. We're all very close. I almost think we're closer because of Huntington's. And prior to that, my stepsister is a cancer survivor. So we're kind of just a unit because of those things, but just loving one another, being close and checking in on each other. Sometimes I think with the three of us older girls being graduated and adulting, working, sometimes we get in our bubble and try to just, not bother each other. But whenever I get a call that shows up from my sister and she goes, "Hey, I was just thinking about you. Like, how are you doing?" That means so much to me. So just stay a unit no matter what's happening.
This is not a question that was on the list, so sorry. I'm going to ask each of you actually, if you'll allow me to. How do each of you stay connected to the people that are most supportive to you in this day and age? Are you going in person, or are you doing online stuff? How do you stay connected? We'll start with you, Shelby, since
I think it depends on who and where, but most of my siblings are still really close, so we can just drive and make that commute. But if it's a time or day where it doesn't work, just being on the phone, FaceTiming, those types of things, it still makes a difference.
Jamie, how about you?
Same.
Brandon?
Definitely, yeah, we chit chat back and forth on the phone, but also on FaceTime, and we do Zoom games back and forth. We used to play games at each other's houses, but now we do Zoom games and use our cell phones as a device to record our answers and stuff. It's pretty fun and interactive and keeps everybody together.
Is that like an app? What do you?
Well, no, it's called Jackbox Games. It's a bunch of Jackbox games.
Jackbox.
Yeah, Jackbox Games, and we use our cell phones as little answering devices and draw silly things back and forth. It's a lot of fun.
Fun.
It's a nice way to stay connected.
Anne, how about you?
We through Zoom originally, when the COVID first started, used a lot of Zoom calls and stuff like that to stay connected. Now that everybody's gotten vaccinated, we're back to, I think our immediate family is 36 people, between the cousins and the aunts and uncles. And I have 10 brothers and sisters, or 9 brothers and sisters. So we all stay connected through the phones and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question we just asked Shelby, since you have 9 brothers and sisters. How do you support each other?
Well, actually, my sister call me pretty much on a regular basis, just check in with me and stuff like that. It's just kind of like a family. We've just always, I mean, we always made fun of our group because we were so many people that didn't seem like a normal family number to have. But it's been nice to have them. They're very supportive.
Fantastic. Shelby, tell us about your new book and what drove you to write it. Sorry, let me start over. Tell us about your new book and what drove you to write it in honor of your sister. This is a question from Katie and Katrina, and they want to talk about the book and how people can get it. So please share.
Well, thank you first for having me on, you guys. This has been amazing. And I actually was talking to London and Autumn on a podcast we did together, and I had this realization that right when I got diagnosed, the first talking appearance I did was with Help for HD. I was on the podcast. So you guys have been very supportive, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I got the idea actually from a support group. There was a mom who had posted back at the beginning of the year and said there was JHD in their family. They wanted a kid-friendly way to explain it, and there were no children's books on juvenile Huntington's. So we got together as a board, and my mom is on my board, and she said, why don't you write a book about your sister? And it's confusing because my mom is not Brianna's mom. My stepmom is Brianna's mom, but my mom's still very supportive of Huntington's because she has myself and one of my sisters who's at risk. But she said, why don't you write it? So it was a long process because I can write, but I cannot illustrate. So I had to find an illustrator. And it was like a 3-month process to go back and forth, have her illustrate the book. But now it's on Amazon. It probably won't show because I have a green screen. Yeah, it's not going to show. But it's on Amazon. It's called Brave Brianna, How One Girl Smiled Her Way Through Juvenile Huntington's Disease. Part of the proceeds after the manufacturing costs go back to juvenile Huntington's disease families specifically. I'm looking to partner with local Make-A-Wish chapters to see if they have juvenile Huntington's disease kids, like my sister who went on a Disney trip, and helping them with that. But the book is a little bit fictional. The whole story itself is true, but it's narrated by this fictional boy who meets Brianna, and he's really depressed and sad, and they're at the park, and she said, well, you know, life can be hard. I have this thing called juvenile Huntington's disease. People don't understand me either, but I always find a reason to smile. And so he's telling this book and narrating it. And if you're an adult, you kind of pick up on the fact that she's no longer here. And at the end, he says, you know, Brianna's an angel. But as a kid, they don't quite get that. They just know that she's sick, but that there's always a reason for her to keep smiling. So it was really hard to strike that balance of kid friendly, but also letting people know what was going on. But I'm very excited. We are 5 books away from 200 sales, and it's been a week. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, only a week?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm going on Amazon right after this.
Thank you so much.
Me too.
Thank you.
Definitely.
That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, how exciting for you. Do you have any plans to write others? Or I'm sure you've written a ton of songs or record
Songs
more.
are a little bit easier because they're only, 3-4 minutes, but a whole book, I probably will at some point, but oh my gosh, you got to sit down and force yourself to just write paper after paper. We'll see, maybe one day.
So, and
You'll be
like
inspired.
another plug, like there's an amazing album that came out. So like we just got to plug that. Shelby, how do we get to listen to some of your new music?
Thank you. Yeah, I had a couple singles come out, and it's everywhere: Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Pandora. You can listen to it on any streaming platform. I just don't know very many big ones outside of Apple and Spotify. But it's just Shelby LENTZ, and you'll find it there.
It's the first single that came out, and I remember we were waiting for it because we were hearing like it was coming out. So I played it, and like the second I start hearing your voice, I start crying. I'm just like, she's got such a beautiful voice. If you have not checked out her music, check it out.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And I'm also linking Shelby's book by Brianna in the
Cool.
comment section of Facebook Live. So you can find it there for easy access.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katrina and Shelby. That technically was our last question. But I want to ask a question if that's okay. To each one of you, and I'm going to start with Anne because in case we lose you, Anne, I want to make sure that you get an opportunity to share. But my question is, what was or is the best advice that you ever received, or what is a piece of advice you want to leave with our audience today?
I think I try to post positive meanings on our Facebook page every day. So I just want to leave everybody, if you have a good, strong support system, that's, enough to get you through. Oh, that's a phone is dead.
Oh, her phone died. Oh, well, I'm so glad she was able to give us that good information. Thank you so much, Anne. Brandon.
Yes, ma'am.
Brandon, can you hear me? Or did
Yes,
I
ma'am.
die? Okay.
I'm here.
What was or is the best advice you've ever received, or what is a piece of advice you want to share with our audience today?
Keep doing better and holding yourself more and more accountable, because that's what I have to do for myself, because I'm really a big whack job with all sorts of things and don't hold myself accountable at all. But now I've learned to do that a lot more, and it helps with everything else in my life. Being a, what do I call myself? A well-disciplined savage, essentially. And all human beings have that in them. You just got to dig and find it and help you survive.
Thank you so much, Brandon. Jamie, how about you?
I would say find joy in the little things. Like they all add up, and if you're depressed or down, to remind yourself of the things that you're grateful for every day, every morning.
Can you tell us, or do you mind sharing what some of the little things that you find joy in are, just to give people some examples?
I just enjoy having coffee with my husband every morning. So that's one way to start off the morning well. I love my dog. Every time I come home, she's excited to see me. So that makes me happy even when I've had a bad day. So little things like that.
Those are perfect. Thank you so much. Shelby, same question to you. What was or is the best advice you have ever received, or what is something you want to leave with our audience today?
Well, based off of my passion for Rocky, I'm going to have to leave everyone with a Rocky quote. It's literally, I have it on my wall so that when I'm working or doing anything, I see it every time I'm on my computer. But, Rocky tells his son in one of the Rocky movies that life's not rainbows and sunshines. It's going to knock you down and beat you to your knees if you let it. But you have to get up and you have to keep fighting back, because that's how winning is done. And that line has saved my life. So I hope people can take that and truly run with it.
Yes, ma'am.
I love that. I love that. Well, thank the three, well, technically four of you that were on here today. And thank you for being so vulnerable and sharing your story and inspiring me personally. And I'm sure many of our other audience members. So thank you guys so much. And I do hope that one day I get to meet you amazing human beings in person. And if it's safe to do so, actually give you guys a big hug and stuff. So thank you so much for all that you guys are doing for the Huntington's community, and just helping people out. It's really admirable. And I'm so honored to be part of this panel today. And thank you, Katie and Katrina, for inviting me and having me be part of it.
Always. Thank you. Thank you for joining us again and saying yes. We always say we're so happy when we hear yes. And Lisa never really tells us no. So we're going to keep on that streak. We're going to keep going and keep asking. Real
Katie,
quick,
I can't say no to you and Katrina. I just can't.
we're so thankful. We're so thankful.
We're lucky.
Yes. And definitely. So real quick, just on the feed, there was a lot of stuff. So you guys can go back and look. There's a lot of stuff to all of you guys on the panel. It's going to be archived. So go check it out. Lots of comments and how you touch so many people. There was one that came in and I just want to, I know we kind of touched on this, but there was one that was specific that I thought was great, and it's to Brandon. And it said, Brandon, you are an inspiration. And
Thanks.
how do you keep your mind and body going? So like you're like, they want to know more about how you
Neuroplasticity.
stay healthy. Like, what do you do? Like,
I do a lot of things. It's all my little things. There's like hundreds of little things that I've been doing for years. And I created YouTube videos to help show people what I do. And what I do most, honestly, with everything is I use my core. I found out how to use my core, activate my core. That's my abs and your butt. And I do that. And so long as I activate my core, I can do anything. I activate my core, I'm talking to you. If I didn't activate my core while I'm talking, I'll sound drunk. If I didn't activate my core while sitting here, I'll look drunk. But I'm doing all this while activating my core, and I have built such endurance in my core, doing hours and hours and hours of work. And it started with just bouncing on a blue ball 10 times a day. Years ago, I just bounced on this blue ball. I was like, oh, that's kind of fun. Let's do that again. And the next day I bounced on the blue ball for 11 times while listening to music. And just slowly but surely, years and years and years, getting harder and harder and doing more and more difficult things. And now there's nothing physical that I can't do. It takes a lot out of me, but there's 0 things that I can't do. I can't not eat something, I'll eat it, whatever. I learned to use my core for everything, walking, talking, drinking water while walking. I eat food while walking, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't sit down a lot because that's bad for drinking and eating, but just using my core for everything and being real chill, learning to calm myself down a lot. So meditation, medical marijuana, that helps out a lot. And a little bit of Zoloft helps out a little bit. Tons of martial arts. And I teach kids martial arts also. So I volunteer to teach martial arts. And I think that helps Huntington's too, because I have to use my brain a lot to talk and to teach them different things that a 5-year-old would know. And then playing lots of brain games with my friends and family helps out a lot. Learning different languages helps out a lot. Doing lots of things to build new neural pathways using neuroplasticity. And that's helped me, no joke. I've had some serious, like I've defeated Huntington's for a few times by doing that over and over. And I woke up one day and I was like, whoa, what's this all about? This is some fluke. And weeks went by and it's the same thing. Every day I woke up, I felt better. My cognitive was better. My balance was way better. And all these little things clicked, and finally had enough of the good things that they outweighed all the bad things. And it worked for me.
Brandon,
So I try to
someone
speak
said,
that.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Brandon. Someone said, what's your YouTube? They want to know your YouTube channel name.
I have no idea. I think it's Brandon Pichette.
Just, there's his name right there.
Yeah, Brandon
Look it up,
Pichette.
right? That's a great thing about Google. We're finding you right now.
Yeah.
And we're gonna link it. So we're good. So I think that is it. Thank you to all of you. You guys were fantastic. And I think people learned a lot today.
You did
So,
awesome.
yeah.
Really awesome.
I fought back tears the whole time. I
Yep.
personally have the honor of knowing all of you, and it's truly an honor, and thank you guys for all that you do. And
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
you guys around the road, if you guys are around Orlando and we're going live,
Yes. October.
Right.
you guys know we know how to throw a party. We'd love to see you all. But yeah, thank you guys so much. And we
Thank you.
can pull off and we'll bring on our caregiver panel. You guys all take care. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you
Thanks,
guys.
Nancy.
Hi. You're welcome.
All right. So that real quick, our giveaways are all up and they're loaded. They're going, once again, go on the app, check it out. All the links, including this bit.ly, it has a live interactive map that you can go and you could find resources. Shelby was talking about Champions HD. You saw her in the background. Her link is there. You can click on her stuff, lots of different partners and different of our sponsors and their information. And same with the app. You can go on the app and check all those resources out. All the logos are interactive, so if you click on them, they will go live for you. And I think our next is our caregiver panel. And I will bring on Terry Tempkin, Stu, Hopper, Heather, and Melissa, and Dawn. Oh, Melissa, you look beautiful, my dear.
Thank you.
Usually we're on support group together, so it's late at night, but I'm like, ooh, look at you. Not to throw you out there or anything. You were the first that popped up on my screen. Okay.
I think
we're all
I'm
here.
actually,
What was that? I didn't hear you.
I think I shared my screen correctly.
You did.
Yes, everything is looking good. So today for the caregiver panel, we have our moderator, Terry Temkin, who will introduce the panel, but I get the pleasure of introducing Terry. I will read her bio, but I will add to it as well. So Terry is an adult nurse practitioner who spent 18 years working with Huntington's disease families at the University of California, Davis Health System. During her time there, she worked with the HD team to build one of the largest HD programs in the country, noted for their expertise in HD-GHD care. She participated in over 18 clinical trials in Huntington's disease. Although she retired from the health system in 2016, she did not retire from the passion to care for families coping with HD. Terry sits on our board as our medical advisor, but even further than that, she is always available for help for HD, but the HD and GHD community. If we have questions, we go to Terry. If we need support or ideas or strategies, we go to Terry. And she shows up on our support groups when we need her. And she's also near and dear to Katie in our hearts. You know, she has walked journeys with Mike all the way up until Mike left us. And she helps advise me with my brother. She's just an amazing human, and we're glad to call her our friend. So thanks for being here, Terry.
Thank you, Katrina, for that really nice, warm welcome. And I'd like to extend that warmth. Hang on, the plane will pass. Sorry about that. I'd like to extend that warmth to the panelists, some of whom I'm meeting for the first time. You guys, this is a really special panel this morning, and I am just over the moon delighted that Katie and Katrina asked me to moderate this. You know, we all know that the journey with Huntington's is so challenging for the person who has Huntington's, but there's an equally challenging journey for care partners, right? And so I'm just so glad that Help for HD is highlighting and giving time and a voice to these most powerful advocates and caregivers. So I'm going to do a brief introduction of everybody, but it's going to be very brief because they have their own stories to tell. Okay, just a couple of things I want to say to my fellow panelists. If for any reason this is a long session, any reason you need to click off for a minute or two to attend to anything, just stop, put stop video, put your microphone on mute, go do what you need to do, and then come back in and remember to restart the video and restart the sound for us. So I'd first like to introduce you to Heather Thurgood. Heather is a care partner for her husband, Nathan, and they live in Mississippi. Stuart Hopper cares for his spouse, Juan Carlos, and they live in Florida. Dawn Green lives in California and was, I know Dawn personally, one of the most powerful, compassionate advocates for her life partner, Tom, whom she lost not too long ago. And then we have Melissa Walshberger, who is the care partner for her husband, Michael, and their daughter, Ava, who has JHD, and they live in Pennsylvania. So that is our panel this morning. And also panelists for you, sometimes people have a thought and want to chime in, even though the question wasn't necessarily directed to you. We encourage that, that's okay. But remember, Katie, Katrina, and I are also going to be monitoring time. These questions were submitted by our community, and we want to get through all 25 of them. Okay, so we're going to start out. The first question is to you, Stu. This question is, any ideas on how to make traveling a little more HD friendly? We need a wheelchair, but we love the outdoors.
Wow, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm honored to attend and meet all your smiling faces, which are just glowing, which is good because I'm slightly nervous. My partner Carlos decided to join in the background. He's wearing his brand new hat for Hope for HD. I've got my little wrist. So Carlos and I are lucky. We probably travel more than most. We both just actually love to travel, and with COVID coming, most of our travel was for trials this last year or so forth. We did, I think, 21 plus trips to Nashville from Fort Lauderdale. I've learned plan well is just huge. Plan and give plenty of time and a little extra time. Certainly, I learned when you go through, say, a subway turnstile, he needs a little help. Passport control, they ask you to drop your masks, and he doesn't always do it quick enough. It sets off all sorts of lights, and fun people come along for that. But I've also learned, you can look on Google Earth and see where you may be traveling to. So say you want to go to a beach or a park, maybe just zoom in a little bit and see what's there. Certainly there's reviews for everything online. You can take a look at that. I'm also aware they now sell mobile scooters. They're a couple $1,000s, but they're actually carry-on for airplanes, and that's an option. And we visited a zoo in Nashville recently, and I was so happy to see that they have wheelchairs for rental now as well. And I have an elderly mom that's needing a wheelchair, and I had looked at almost every city you can rent wheelchairs. They go from 45 a day to 100 and something a day, depending on the market. And you can rent them for the week. They'll deliver them at the hotel. There's options out there. I think places like the zoo, maybe Disney, things like that, it would be nice to push to get them to provide more wheelchairs. I mean, I almost fell over myself, quite the term, at the zoo when I saw rentals for wheelchairs. I just thought that was very exciting.
That's terrific. Dawn, I know that you and Tom encountered that for a little bit. Is there anything else you'd like to add? You're on mute, by the way.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for having me as well. I found that state parks, they also, with the wheelchairs, they do a lot of the beach wheelchairs. And if you cannot push a normal wheelchair on the sand, which we found out the hard way. So I would totally, like, state parks, hotels, if you're visiting a hotel, a lot of them will have those beach wheelchairs that have these huge inner tube tires on them, and they'll get you around. And also bring friends and family. I mean, I really couldn't travel at one point without inviting people to come with us, and that really really helps, especially, if I couldn't really leave Tom by himself, if I had to go into, let's say, the restroom or things like that. And, it's just nice to have other people around to help support you.
Terrific. We're going to move on to the next question, which is from Melissa. Melissa, my son with JHD does not know he is sick, just that he is a little different from other kids his age. His dad is in the early stages of the disease, and we don't know if or how to talk to him about it. He is only 11. Have any of you gone through this?
So good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yes, we have gone through this. Our 14-year-old daughter has juvenile Huntington's disease, and it certainly can be a very scary and overwhelming time as your family learns to adjust to their new normal, so to speak. But I think it's important to remember that you have to do what's best for your family. We decided to tell our daughter about her diagnosis so that she would have a better understanding of what was happening to her body and understand why her body was changing the way that it was. And it helped her to understand how to tell her peers about what was happening to her, and that she could better explain to them, this is why my speech is the way it is, and this is why I can't run the way I used to, or my walking might look a little bit different, or this is why I have to use a wheelchair sometimes. So I think after we told her, she felt a little more empowered to have that understanding. And then we as her parents, together with, with family and friends, can kind of come up with strategies to better help her. And then she's actually able to advocate and help herself, while she still can, and, just keep the future full of hope for her. So.
Thank you so much, Melissa. And, I would just maybe add a suggestion to the person who submitted this question. It was really fantastic, and thank you for doing that. And I would endorse what Melissa said. It's different for every family. And also reach out to other care partners or other providers that you may be seeing for advice and counsel on what could be right for you. I think the more you talk through it with people in the community and your trusted advisors, the better picture you'll get of what is right for you. So thank you, guys. This next question is for Dawn. My wife doesn't want a feeding tube, but I want her to have one. Her life is still full and happy, but she is struggling to eat. Should I try to get her to accept one or let it go?
I saw this question. I'm like, that is a tough question. I was lucky enough that Tom never had to have a feeding tube, but there was a time that it came up, and it was a few years before he passed away, several years before he passed away. And I was really taken aback even when the doctor suggested a feeding tube to both of us. And at that time, Tom really couldn't speak for himself, but we had talked about feeding tubes and that he didn't want a feeding tube. But I really think it's worth talking to your doctor, or I forgot the type of doctor that does the feeding tube.
Gastroenterologist?
Yes, having consultations with them together to talk about it, because I think the word feeding tube sounds really scary, but at the time that it was suggested to us, Tom was really full of life and could do things, and I couldn't think of him just starving at that point, to be honest. But we got through it. So there's also some other ways you can manage it by working with a nutritionist or your neurologist. And that's what we ended up doing, and it worked for us. We were able to stay off of it. But I would say together, you have to make that decision. Obviously, you can't force someone to have a feeding tube, but education is really going to help. There's these things called the PEG tubes. And honestly, I've always thought feeding tubes down the throat. But they're in the stomach. They really could be something that, for someone who still has so much life, that it could be something. So I'd say education, talk to your doctor, and maybe reach out to the caregiver support for other people that have had one in their experience.
Good. Anybody else on the panel care to chime in? Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Heather, this is for you. I am new to caregiving, and I would like to know, what is the hardest part of caregiving for you?
Time management is the hardest part. By the way, I came to work for a better internet connection, and they're testing the tornado sirens right now. So if you guys can hear that, I apologize. But time management, really. I have to do things by routine and set, like, for example, with Nathan's medications, I have a pill box that is labeled for morning and evening. And I put his medicines in each one, and I do that on Sundays so we can start out Monday fresh. Just things like that. We have discovered certain things that, as long as we keep to our routine, that's better for us. But time management really is the hardest, because not only am I a caregiver for my husband, my mom recently had a stroke, so I've taken her on. But thankfully, she's in a center that's really has taken over and taken a lot of care of her. I have a 6-year-old son. I have a full-time job. So time management is the hardest part for me. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to chime in on what they feel, but that's ours.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Anybody else on the panel care to share that? Share what's hardest for them?
I could not agree more with time management. Yeah, that's the number one. Yes.
Asking for help, that sometimes was very challenging.
Yeah, that one too. I'm one of those, I want to do it all, and sometimes I
Yes.
find I can't, and I hate to ask for help, but sometimes I have to suck it up and do it anyway.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, you know, finding balance and time management is just, it is that forbidden fruit that I think we as caregivers are always trying to search for. So
Not enough hours in the day.
there's never enough hours in the
Never.
day.
You guys, thank you so much for those responses. This next question is for you, Stu. How does it feel when you are told your loved one doesn't qualify for a clinical trial? And how do you keep your loved one still hopeful?
Another great question, certainly hits it at home. Patience is important. So our journey, Carlos, my partner, was diagnosed about 2.5 years ago, and I had a whole bunch of medical records. And we saw University of South Florida was doing the trial, so I rushed to get him there. It's in Tampa. We live in Fort Lauderdale, and the trial was full. That was the Roche trial. From Tampa, we flew to Nashville to Vanderbilt University. We tested for the WAVE trial. The blood came back the wrong markers, so we were again told no. And I guess I came from the perfect world, and it's just not a perfect world, as we know. But a doctor there said some wonderful advice to me. She said, get into any trial you feel comfortable with, because you will get to know the institution that's doing these trials, and that can also be very, very helpful to you. I share that because we then were approved for the Connect HD trial at Vanderbilt, which took about 20 trips from Fort Lauderdale back and forth. And we did into the open label, and we had completed that trial. And then the Proof HD trial came along, which everybody's starting to see these little flyers. And we went back to the University of South Florida, and we were told he's just probably too far along for this trial. That was something I just never ever wanted to hear. And we heard it. I reached back out to University, to Vanderbilt, and they said, we're welcome to screen him. And I'm quite pleased to say, going back to them, the doctors knew him, they knew him well, and he's been tentatively approved. We're just waiting for the blood work to come back, but we expect that to go, and we're actually scheduled to go back. So we're really pleased with that. We've had some no's, but just keep pushing. And I spoke to Carlos, who I didn't know was going to join us today, and I hope it's okay. But I'm very open with everything. I discuss everything with him. We talk about it. I'm not always sure he understands everything 100%, but he gives me good advice, and he wants to be in these trials. He wants to give back to the HD community, and he's even excited on Facebook. It'll show we were at Vanderbilt, Nashville just last year. So he sees those, and it keeps him very motivated.
Anybody else have additional comments?
We went through something very similar. Right after Nathan got diagnosed, we did the SRX 246, which is an irritability study. And the joke was I needed it more than he did. And then 2 years ago, when Roche came around, we just knew that Nathan was going to be able to be in it. And then the protocols came out, and Nathan's BMI was 1 point too high. And we didn't really worry about his weight, because the way I looked at it, hey, you're eating. If you've got a little weight, you're okay. That means you're eating and you're good. And in the meantime, we also went to Vanderbilt to see about being in the WAVE study. And then Roche revamped. And in the meantime, Nathan was dieting and working out to lose the weight, and we got in. And we found out that he was not a match for WAVE the day after he had his first injection. But in the meantime, the disappointment, and I mean, Nathan was like, we would just be sitting there watching TV, eating dinner, and out of nowhere, he'd go, you know, I really thought I'd be able to do it. I'm just so disappointed. And, you know, that disappointment was just, I mean, it hit us so hard. But then again, we appreciated when we were able to get in. But of course, my husband can't go for one rare disease. He's got to go for two. So during Roche, we found out he's got factors 5, 7, and 9, which are blood clotting factors. So he couldn't take the injections, but they let us stay in and monitored him, kind of like everyone else did a few months back, and how they stopped everything and just started monitoring. Well, we've been doing that for 1.5 years, but it was just so disappointing. I can remember calling our site. We go to UAB and we see Dr. Victor Sung, and we love our site. We also go to UMMC here in Mississippi, but UAB is our Enroll HD and everything site. And they worked so hard to help us. And I really think what Stu said about getting to know your team is, I mean, that's huge. That's highly important. I mean, if I have a question, I know I can send out an email to our doctor or one of his assistants, and they will get back to me as soon as possible. And that's because we have that relationship. So I totally agree with what Stu said about that.
You guys, thank you both for those very thoughtful answers. You know, having spent 18 plus years on the other end of operating those clinical trials, I'd like to just ask you guys a question. Is there something else that the people running and operating the clinical trials could do to help inform you better about eligibility criteria? Because, you know, when people say no, it's not because they don't like you. It's because each study has its own roadmap, and they have to follow that roadmap. Like you said, missed it by, you know, one pound, right? So is there something that you guys think that those teams operating those trials could do to help better inform the community about eligibility, and whether that, what those things entailed, maybe to help lessen the disappointment a little? And if you can't think of anything, that's fine too, but just seems to beg the question. Your responses did.
So for me, I felt I made a big error at the University of South Florida. They sent us ahead the 35-page informed consent. And I read it, 2 teaspoons blood, this, that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Why would I show this to my partner, Carlos? And we got there and they literally were asking questions very specific. And Carlos just did eventually fall apart on that. I hadn't even shown him this stuff. So I felt tragic. And I agree with Heather, when we were told no, it hit me as bad as the diagnosis for HD. And I'd never seen Carlos. He is the happiest guy in the world. You're euphoric all the time. He looked at the doctor, I want to be on that trial, please. You know, and I'm sitting there like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? I wish they'd been more, he needs to know this really well. And I didn't get that. I thought as long as I knew it, we were okay. So Vanderbilt, we were prepared, and they also knew him quite well. And they said, look, it wasn't even a safety issue. We don't necessarily know why he was turned down in University of South Florida. I said, well, you didn't see the way he behaved. And my fault. So certainly, I guess, be a little more clear. We're going to really ask questions. And then the other that's shocking to me, if you guys can look, statistics, 85% of clinical trials don't fill. We're doing this all of our own finances and stuff. And I kind of thought I wasn't looking for money, but wouldn't it be nice if they'd already had agreements with hotels or airlines that want some tax write-offs or something? I don't know. And having said that, to share, we reached out to the sales manager at one of the hotels, Hyatt House, for what it's worth. Our next trip would have been $200 for the night. They're making it $99 for the night. So there is avenues you can take, and they know our story.
Wonderful story. Boy, I'm glad you got that support, and thank you. You know, thanks for the follow-up on that, Stu. I hope some of the folks from our centers who are doing the trial watch this video. right? These are powerful comments that I think is great feedback. You know, I would roll my eyes too, just tell you, I would roll my eyes too if I got a 35-page consent in the mail. So look, at no blame on you at all. Trust me, no blame on it's, you know, there are federal, state, local, institutional regulations that govern human experimentation. And lots of times you have a 35-page, but maybe just sticking it in the mail without helping you go through it might not have, you might have needed an in-person for that, right? Yeah. So thanks for bringing those things up. We're going to move on. The next question is for Melissa. Have you found any support groups or support systems that help you?
Yes, I think it goes without saying that my support group for JHD with Katie and Katrina, thank you, Katie and Katrina, for creating the JHD support group for all of us parents that are having to go and endure this horrendous journey of dealing with a kiddo with JHD. I think I was in a dark place before having found, finding the support group. Katrina actually reached out to me and Katie both. We laugh together, we cry together. We do a lot of laughing together though. But it has been, we offer advice to other parents, to other moms, and just support each other in any way that we can, providing resources, things that have helped us to navigate the system. It's just, I can't thank them enough. There's also wonderful support groups online through social media, through Facebook. There are caregiver support groups. I think if you can connect with someone in your area that is going through the same thing, that has a diagnosis, whether it be a child with JHD or a spouse or someone in their family with Huntington's, I meet with someone once a month. We go to and it just helps to be able to connect with someone who's going through your same journey. It makes all of the difference, So I'm very thankful for that. I think everybody should have some sort of support system, and look for those on Facebook, and or join our group for JHD support. So,
and if I could step in, so I promised I wouldn't interrupt, but I did. I am. So that support group, if you're a family impacted by JHD, I have to tell you, the support group is about a year old now, and the families on there, the advice and the support that they give each other is something you're never going to find. I hate to say it, but you're probably not going to find it in a clinic. You're not going to find it even on social media, because it's so open. It's an hour support group, and we usually go for about 3 hours sometimes, huh, Melissa? And the advice these parents give and how they talk is stuff that, like, about IEPs in school, and it's stuff that it blows me away how supportive they are. And when we're offline, we have, like, they chat and they help each other through it after, and I'm just like, man, a resource that is so needed. And it's truly not Help for HD, or it's truly the parents. Yep. And they've made this group so powerful. So if you're a family impacted by JHD, please reach out to us and join our group, because you will get support. There is support out there through that, at least, and they're there for you. Those parents are there for you.
They are a lifeline. And I try not to get emotional, but it helped save just, I don't want to say save my life, but take a lot of to help me carry the grief. It really did. So thank you, Katie and Katrina.
Thank you.
Yeah. We adore you.
Thank you, Melissa, for sharing that, right? Sharing your heart. This next question is directed to Heather. Other people may want to join in on this, but Heather, the question is, do you ever feel guilty about how tired you feel? My wife lives with HD and I see how much she struggles, and I feel guilty at how sometimes I just don't want to do anything, and I'm not the one who is sick.
All the time. I do. And I'm really blessed in that Nathan is very understanding. There's times that it'll be, kind of late when I get home and I'm just really tired and I don't want to cook a full dinner or anything like that, or my filter that stops me from being kind of a smart aleck doesn't work. And I'm profusely apologizing, like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. He's like, honey, it's okay. You've had a long day. And, I feel so guilty sometimes, well, a lot of the time, because here he's going through this. And I mean, because he was a diesel mechanic and he was very active. And now we have that dark sense of humor and we put positive spin on everything. So, the joke is that he gets to stay home and be the trophy house husband and spend his time with his girlfriends, Netflix and YouTube. And I come home and then I'm kind of like, and he's just so laid back. He's like, honey, it's okay. It's okay. So if I didn't have that and him being so understanding, my feeling guilty would probably be extremely worse. But I'm just lucky I've got even though he's got Huntington's, he's such a sweet, understanding person. I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in, but
Yeah, I would say the same. Carlos is the sweetest person I've ever met in my entire life. We're gonna have to meet your husband. Yeah, just and I know of other people. I'm thinking of somebody that just lost her husband, was also extremely sweet. He keeps me motivated because he is so proactive and so happy, but I am getting exhausted. Like Heather, I have an elderly mom I also care for, and you just feed off of each other, though. He keeps me moving and so forth, but certainly feeling guilty. And perhaps it's not valid, but I'm there.
So, one of the things that I'm so happy somebody asked this question, because in my experience, this is one of the unmet needs that kind of silently goes on with care partners. When you go into a clinic or you go to a study visit or whatever, the focus is on the person with Huntington's, right? But it's the care partners who are managing everything, who are trying to keep the balance, trying to keep the family together, trying to keep income coming in, trying to provide care. And then it's double duty, right, Melissa, when you have more than one person in your household that you're caring for. And, people can say lots of things to you guys, but my advocacy for you and for those in our community who are tuned in and listening to this right now is think of things in your life that are meaningful to you and can help refill your reservoir. Because what happens is when you're managing all this stuff, your reservoir just depletes. And then and it's different for everybody. You can't say, oh, go to a movie or, whatever. People's restrictions, their abilities are all different. But I would advocate for care partners to try to think of things that fill the reservoir. And I think Melissa kind of touched on that, right, with your previous answer, that tuning into the JHD network of moms helps fill your reservoir and just helps you cope. They can't take away what you're facing, right? But they can give you a little bit of strength to help you cope. So care partners out there, no matter where you are in that journey, think about filling your reservoir a little. Anybody else want to wind up that conversation? Are we ready to move on? Well, thank you guys all for your very thoughtful answers for that. And the other, no guilt. Nobody gets to feel guilty about anything. You have nothing to feel guilty about. So the next question, Dawn, have you found any tricks when it comes to food to prevent choking and still get the calories in?
Yes. So for Tom, he did a lot of coughing, a lot of choking. We slowly just had to start taking certain foods away or puree them. So really Ninja was my best friend. I got the Ninja food blender, or whichever types of blenders that really pulse food really well. And it doesn't always look as that appetizing, but I think, like a couple of you were saying, you had probably one of the nicest, or you have one of the nicest, partners. I too had, I feel like all of us, so wonderful that we all had such great people, but Tom was one of the most happy-go-lucky people. And so he really did it. He was fine with like having all of his food blended all together. Some people would have just said, oh, they don't want it. But so definitely I started pulsing food. I would make food kind of on that topic about the guilty part. There was a lot of times I felt guilty. One of the things I had to do managing was dinner. When I would get home from work, Tom was on it like rah, rah, until he got dinner. And I'm trying to make dinner, which would be at least an hour, and you just want to unwind when you get home for 10 minutes. So the guilty part, what I started doing was feeding him basically leftovers from the night before, so I could just get that out of the way and get him settled. And that, I did feel guilty that we weren't eating together really, but it was something I had to do to manage that whole process. So I would add lots of calories. He lost a lot of weight through his journey, and I needed to get those calories on. So ice cream, really blended a little bit, because when it's just that, it's really all in the consistency. Rice and beans was the best consistency for him. The kind you get at a restaurant where it's nice and creamy, not right out of a can. You've got to add milk or sour cream or guacamole to make it this perfect consistency, almost like a yogurt, not Greek yogurt, but things that kind of went down. And then I would add peanut butter and sour cream and anything that was as full of calories as I could to increase that, and drinking Ensures Nectar Thick. He really had a lot of choking and that reactivity issues. So that did help. And I think I ended up getting him to gain 10 pounds over, it was a couple of year process, but he actually ended up gaining weight. So I just, kept calorie filling.
That fantastic, Dawn. I like your solution to getting food to Tom.
Yes.
Tom was a big guy, you guys. Tom's not a small guy. Tom was a big guy.
Started, at about 210. But one other thing I did was his eating position. So although a lot of the swallowing experts will tell you they need to kind of sit up, they need to tuck their chin, blah, blah, blah. That did not work for Tom. He had to be in a reclined position, just slightly reclined, because otherwise the food was just mulling around, falling out of his mouth. So really this slight incline, not too much, where he could kind of mull it around, or, I would usually have to feed him. But so when it went down, he just seemed to work better for it. And maybe I'm not trying to bash any of the swallow people out there, but everyone is different. And so a lot of the advice that you get is not practical sometimes for people with Huntington's or other things. So everybody's a little different. So trying those different things out, I think, will help. But I got a reclining wheelchair, and it really saved me and his reclining chair really saved with the eating.
Dawn, I just want to pick up too on your comment. You're right. That I think for our community that's tuning in and listening is referrals and stuff to speech pathologists who can help you with the ABCs of swallowing are very helpful and can be used periodically in your journey. And one of the triggers to catapult that is marked weight loss, right? Not just a little bit here and there, but marked weight loss, because then they're just simply not getting enough calories. So catapulting that kind of referral is a good idea. However, exactly, I want to, care provider, I want to endorse what Dawn said. No one knows your loved one like you. So the nuances, and it is okay for you, you don't have to look at the piece of paper, and it is okay for you to configure things the way that you need to, as long as they're safe to help your loved one. And you guys should not feel guilty, not feel like you're stepping on anybody's toes, and know that you should have the permission and empower yourselves to tailor things to your loved one, because no one, despite what all the recommendations are, no one knows them as well as you. Okay. All right, thank you. That was a great answer. Thank you, Dawn. Melissa, we're going on to you, and you might just have some general recommendations here. Have you found any tricks? I'm sorry. How do you deal with the loss of your partner and how your relationship changes through caregiving?
So I think for me, the number one thing that I had to learn that made all the difference in Michael and I with our journey was learning to change and kind of lower my expectations, for lack of a better word, in terms of, you know, all areas of our relationship. You know, I had to let go, if you will, of him anticipating my needs. You know, that was going to be different and look differently now. He was a, you know, very, you know, romantic, affectionate person. And so that's different now. So what I have to do and what I had to learn to do is I had to go over and hold his hand, and I a lot of times have to be the one to lean in and snuggle, and you know, and when I ask him about it, when we talk about it, it's not, he does express to me that it's not that he doesn't love me or care for me, it's just, you know, his brain that sometimes he forgets to do those things. So, you know, at first I'd say the first year in, it was extremely difficult to learn how to adjust to that in terms of our marriage and our relationship. But year two, we're kind of going strong. And again, it's always about adjusting to your new normal and adjusting to his new love language for how, you know, he shows me that he loves me. It's still there. Everything is kind of still there. It just looks different. And than what it used to. So, you know, and just trying to focus on the joy of what remains, if you will. So,
anybody else would like to comment on their journey with how they navigate changes?
The only part that I can add, it kind of ties to the last, is Carlos by himself learned that he's better off with a straw at times. And I was fighting that he eats cereal and it goes round and round and stuff. And we learned from somebody on a support group, try oatmeal, and that works really well. And you just don't know when these changes are occurring. And then a really good friend of mine, Laura, that runs our local support group, pointed out these protein shakes that are really good. You know, I wasn't even aware he was really losing weight until it just keeps changing, like this topic, and you have to just keep adjusting.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Stu. Heather, how do you deal with having children at risk?
Day by day. When our 7-year-old was younger, he would stumble, and the first thing I would think is, oh my gosh, is it juvenile Huntington's? Or if my stepdaughter was sad, oh my gosh, is that emotional issues from Huntington's? But I can't let myself dwell on it. So we live day by day, and, you know, try to have as normal of a life as we possibly can. My son just started 1st grade. My stepdaughter just started 10th grade. And, you know, so we just celebrate the milestones and just try to not dwell on it until it becomes an issue. Now, she wants to get tested at 18, or the last time we actually discussed it. She wanted to go ahead and get tested. So when she turns 18, unless she changes her mind, you know, then she'll know. But right now. It's just a living day to day and not dwelling on something that's not going on right now. I guess that's easier for me to say than it is with someone like Melissa, who's already dealing with juvenile. And she may want to add something. I don't know, but for us, it's just live in the moment. Go ahead and try to do the family things, and we kind of have a little bucket list of things we'd like to do, especially right now while Nathan is able to do things, because you know, well, we just day to day. If that, and I hope that helps. I hope that's helps answer the question.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Heather. I think the focus is always on the day to day. We have a 17-year-old son that is also at risk, and he too wants to get tested right at 18. So it is challenging. He's in his senior year of high school, and we're trying to, he's trying to think about how to plan for his future and what that's going to look like. And it's hard to do that without knowing what the outcomes are going to be, but we just live each day as we can and try to be positive and take one day at a time and hope the best as always and pray for great outcomes for him and for the future. And we always try to just tell him that we'll be there for you and be there in whatever way to support you, and we'll tackle it head on together. So
Exactly. Now there are a couple of things that I've done as far as for our 7-year-old. I think my stepdaughter's mom has taken care of, and so, because something I learned with Nathan when we got his diagnosis, our catalyst was life insurance. Nathan went to get life insurance and he needed to lose 10 pounds. We have a weight thing apparently. But anyway, he needed to lose about 10 pounds to get the cheaper rate. And of course, a guy can do it like that. And he lost the weight, but because his mom had passed of Huntington's, we had the higher rate. So going through that with Nathan, I've already prepared for Hayden and have life insurance in place, had it in place by the time he was 2 years old. Went through a juvenile policy with an insurance company that they can't take away. They can't test for anything or anything like that. So if, he tests and he has Huntington's, they cannot take it away from him. And then another policy, just because I know what it was like for me having to go through these steps for Nathan. So I'm trying to have things prepared for Hayden. So I don't know if that helps or if that answers any questions either, but I try to be a very proactive person. So we've got that stuff in place for Hayden, should he decide to go get tested, and God forbid that he tests for Huntington's. So just some extra advice out there. I don't know, but yeah, a day to day, and try, if they stumble, try not to go to a worst case scenario in your mind, because it will drive you crazy.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Melissa and Heather, for your thoughtful answers. We're going to clip along a little bit. Melissa, how do you talk to your child's school about JHD?
So once we had Ava's diagnosis, I think the best route that we ended up going was to request the IEP meeting. I know they call them sometimes in different states, they can be called different things. It's an individualized educational program. So, you meet with all of their main teachers, principals, guidance, support staff, just to kind of get everyone on the same page for what school is going to look like for your child now and moving forward in the future as the disease progresses and things change. So one thing that's helpful is, you have to be your own advocate for your child, which a lot of times is going to come down to you educating them on Huntington's disease. I know I got some pamphlets from our Center of Excellence that were geared towards children from HDYO, Huntington's Disease Youth Organization. Took that to the school, gave it to her teachers, and for the teacher to address the classroom to let them know, to let the students know that, you know, this is what juvenile Huntington's disease can look like. We also requested a one-on-one teacher's helper to, you know, to be with her at all times. And that has made a world of difference because a lot of these kiddos have tremendous anxiety. You know, we work together with the school to modify the curriculum for her. She has modified start times, you name it, a modified locker, modified gym class, anything that we can do to make school easier for her is what our goal is. That was 100% what I did last year for her in terms of school. So if you reach out to your school, they should be able to make those accommodations for your student. And it makes all the difference because it's about keeping her happy, healthy, safe while she's at school. So.
Thank you, Melissa. Dawn, I'm going to change the tense on this, this question to you. So in the last few months that Tom was alive, did he know who you were?
I believe that he did. I think throughout the whole time, we would have a lot of company that would come over and they would wonder if he knew who they were, because as people with Huntington's progress, they get a stare, kind of a blank face, all kinds of emotions, right? Or they get less emotion. So he even stopped kind of doing his smile as much as he did, or he used to do the thumbs up a lot, and those things really stopped as it progressed. But I know in my heart and hearts that he didn't know who I was, because I could still see the twinkle in his eye and I could see him trying to smile. So yeah, I think he did. I think he knew what was going on. There were times he got aspiration pneumonia at the end. And when we were in the hospital talking about a feeding tube, which was one of the things, the second time the feeding tube came up, he was obviously, this was the last part of his life, and they were saying that he was not going to survive without a feeding tube. And at that point, there was not the right time for a feeding tube. And I was talking to his sister in the hospital about it, and he was very vocal at that point, and he didn't get that way as much. And I know he was trying to tell me, no way, he doesn't want a feeding tube. So I know he understood things as much as people can't see it. I think we know deep down that these people, they're really still in there, and there's really still a lot of them. So yeah, I know he knew me.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Dawn. And I think all of us who've cared for people know that there's more to communication than just speech, isn't there?
Love language. I love that, Melissa. I love that.
Love language.
The term, and
Absolutely.
that's true.
Absolutely. And hold on to that.
Mhm.
Right? Heather, this question, I am new to HD and want to raise awareness. How do I start raising awareness?
I started by just social media. I'm sorry, I'm fighting a summer cold. I tried to find all the information I could about Huntington's when we got Nathan's diagnosis. And we kept it to ourselves as far as social media for about a year. And then we put it out there. I mean, our family knew, our friends knew, but I actually work for a statewide radio network here in Mississippi. And that's really kind of how I got started. That, and I started a Facebook page. My coworker had suggested it, and so he helped me create it. The Mississippi Huntington's Disease Family Awareness and Support Group. And that was just my way of trying to find other people who were like us. Because when we got diagnosed, and I say we a lot, Nathan has Huntington's, but it's a family disease. And I say we a lot. We were just trying to find other people who were like us because we felt so alone. And that's really the catalyst that got me started on awareness, is because we didn't want other people to feel alone like we did. And we ended up just putting our story out there. And, you know, Huntington's was such a hush hush disease. I mean, I knew about Huntington's when I met Nathan, because his sister and I were actually friends first. And so I knew that their mom had this rare disease, and so on and so forth, but no one else knew what Huntington's was. It was the first time I'd ever heard of it. And I just wanted to help other people who were like us not go through that alone feeling that we had. And just telling your story. We're so big on telling our story as awareness. And we've met so many people by just telling our story, because you never know who's going to hear your story and who's going to know someone who actually is like you and needs some help. And that's how we got started. If anyone else wants to chime in. But that's really how we did it.
Yeah, I'm a talker. I used to be shy. Still am in a way, but I share that story of Huntington's disease with everybody, hotel clerks, bus drivers, whoever. And it's also helped me because nobody gets out of life unscathed, I've come to realize. We touched on that a little earlier, but everybody has something going on in their life. We were in St. Augustine, the poor guy that's running the little shuttle. He lost his 2 children to a different disease. And, you know, we spoke. And they are starting to get very aware of Huntington's disease. It was on a few different shows and so forth. I posted very open on Facebook with Carlos's trial. I can't believe the support we're getting from a lot of the different HOAs that I've become friends with and so forth. And even for my birthday, the people that donated for my birthday to Huntington's disease, I was amazed. Just didn't think it was coming from there. So share that story. Let people know they care.
Social media has helped us a lot. Social media, and like I said, I work for a great company. I mean, phenomenal. They have, from the moment we got Nathan's diagnosis, have just been so supportive. And any chance, you know, in May, they let me try to book people. Katie, as a matter of fact, was on one of our shows back in May to talk about Huntington's. And, you know, I'll tell our story to anyone that listens, because that just means that's one more person that knows about Huntington's. And if we go somewhere and Nathan's having a really stumbly kind of day, and people are kind of looking at us kind of funny, I'll just kind of say, oh, I'm kind of in your face to a degree when it comes to my husband and my kids. And I'm very protective of them too. So if I kind of see somebody staring, I'll just kind of go, oh, you'll have to excuse us. He has Huntington's. It's like having ALS, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's all at the same time, you know, and I use that as a tool to spread awareness. At first I wasn't like that. We just kept it really to ourselves, but now we've told our story in so many different avenues of social media, the radio station, different articles and stuff, and just, you know, telling your story is the best way, because only you know your story. It's your story. And you'd be amazed at the people that actually want to help and listen. And Stu, like you, we did a walk for a different organization last year, just as an awareness thing. We didn't think we'd do anything, and we raised a lot of money that we never in a million years thought we would do. And so that's our way of spreading awareness, is telling our story.
Got to come off mute there. Thank you guys for those thoughtful comments. Stu, the next question is for you. What is the most challenging part of being a spouse and a caregiver?
I'm going to go with time management and stress. My stress. I'm very lucky because Carlos is very sweet and just happy, and there's some denial there is as well. But time management, I'm overwhelmed. I'm amazed at just moms, dads that have kids and all this going on. I don't know how they do it all at the same time, but that's it. But at the end of the day, groups like this, you have to look at the glass half full. They're amazing. They're amazing. The people that's out there. I'm humbled to attend this event, and so many people have walked in our shoes and our future shoes, and telling our story. It all links in there. It helps.
That's terrific. Thank you so much. Melissa, coming back to you, circling around to Melissa. If there was a clinical trial for children, would you want your child involved in the trial?
That's an easy answer for me, because the answer would be absolutely 100% yes. I think it's hard enough seeing our children go through this, horrendous disease and fighting this disease. But kind of what adds salt to the wound is just feeling helpless that, that we're not able to do anything about it. At least feeling like we could be involved in fighting to find a cure for the kids would just be tremendously, what's the word I'm looking for? It would just be wonderful. But it's devastating and so unfair to these kids to not be able to get the chance to get the help that they need to find medicines, to find a cure. Their progression is so fast, and we don't have time. They don't have a lot of time. So if there was any way that the companies would make the trials open up to children, I think it would just be so beneficial, not only most importantly for the kids, but for us parents, knowing and feeling that we're able to do something to give our children a fighting chance. So.
And can I step in real quick? This was funny, Melissa, we talked about this on support group last Tuesday on the JG support group. Is every single mom said yes, obviously, because we had a very, very big talk about this exact same topic. And they all expressed, our children, like London was very open about, London was saying, like, why can't we try? Things aren't getting better. Things are never going to get better. Why can't we try? And, I think it's the frustration, is we know these are trials, but to just not have children be involved, period, is just unbelievable. And one thing I love, if you're a JHD family, thank goodness for Dr. Pagnapolis. We all love her. She is the best. And she is pushing with her data and her long-time trial to show that children are the best model for a clinical trial because of the JHD and the way it affects the brain. So if you want to learn more about that push and that front, reach out to Peg. She's awesome, and she'll talk to you about what she's doing with industry on that front. Sorry, had to plug that.
Nope, thank you, Katie.
No, I'm glad you did, Katie, because I think not only on the research front, but on the care front, caring for JHD children has been a long unmet need, even within the Huntington's disease community. And you're right to be frustrated about it. And so thanks for telling your story, and I hope people are tuned in, right? The next question, Stu, comes back to you. How do you cope with and react to when the public is watching your loved one for chorea or other kind of Huntington's movements?
Another great question. So about 3, 4 years ago, Carlos was actually diagnosed 2.5 years ago. We were standing in line to get into a club and he was denied because he was too drunk. The problem was he wasn't drunk at all. And I happen to know the owner, so I text him like, "What's going on?" He goes, "Stu, I've known him for 20 years. Look at him." And it was an eye opener to me as well. But so we left, and then later we're in a bar, and somebody kind of looks at Carlos and thinks, "Wow, he's having a good time, right?" No, no, he's not. And then we went to, which is rare for me, my only ever political fundraiser, and all these people in suits are kind of looking around at him, and I'm thinking, "Oh my goodness, now." So I walked around and started telling people. I don't know whether that's the right thing to do or wrong thing, but I wanted them to know it's a political fundraiser. You can't have someone, sloppy drunk or what. And I think it both raised awareness, made me feel more comfortable. And I'm lucky because Carlos isn't really aware at all of this. But what I do know, as sensitive as I can be, there's nothing more important to me than Carlos. So they can say and do whatever they want to say. We're okay with that.
Anybody else have stories about that or want to share a thought about the public reaction?
That happened to Tom a lot. The thing with Tom is he did sometimes was drinking at the same time. So and it was like a double whammy. So people for sure thought he was, but it was like the first beer or, even at a Stanford game where they actually don't even sell alcohol. He would get up from his seat and walk around because, it's hard to sit for that long. And, he would have security on him asking him to leave or, so it's really gut wrenching, I think, for us to watch that happening. And, even small kids would do it, and that it's hard because it's really hard to explain to small kids like what's happening with someone who obviously appears to be drunk. And they would even say things like that, like he's drunk, and it's hard to reason with children. So you're kind of like more looking at their parents, like, can you teach your kids some compassion for people that so I think it's just educating as well. And I actually always loved when people came to me kind of individually and asked me, even complete strangers, what something wrong or something going on with him, because they would see him react a certain way. And I, of course, would share what it was. Sometimes it was because someone knew someone with Huntington's. So they knew the symptoms. They were confirming like, wow, is that someone with Huntington? So I don't know, just, it's so hard to watch that because your heart is being just stabbed when someone's reacting to someone that you love in a negative way.
I think sometimes one thing similar, I think, to what Stu had said, I think with my husband, with Michael, a lot of times I like to say, blissfully unaware of of things that he's doing at times. As we enter this next stage, I think I've seen over the past 6 months, we're entering into a different stage now. And I think that, the stares, we didn't have that as much before, but now with his chorea and aphasia, it certainly when we're out and about, it does make it a little more challenging. And I've had to learn, to kind of learn how to process that for myself, to see people staring, not understanding what's going on with him if we're out to eat, the waiter, the server. So I think to piggyback onto what everybody else was saying, the best thing to do at those times is to just use that as a moment to educate on Huntington's disease. So.
And see, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, just to we have shirts, and you guys were just making me think. And one thing, my husband had horrible chorea. He was always accused of being drunk. And when he wore "I'm not drunk, I have Huntington's" shirt, it was like so awesome because people started like asking me things and like asking me about Mike. And I was like, this is because I was always ready. My feathers were always ready to go. I was ready to fight. Like, If someone looked at my husband, I would be, and a lot of times it wasn't mean, it was curious. So I had to keep remembering that I didn't need to fight the world for Mike. But the shirt helped. And we have this one shirt that's really cool. And you just have to reach out to us and we'll get it to you. It says, because it says Huntington's in it, it helps. It says there may not be a cure for Huntington's disease, but we can start with understanding. Have your loved one maybe wear that out. And I mean, we're not trying to, you know, it may help. And it may open up conversation and make the awareness a little bit easier. It may be a lead in, but sorry, I just wanted to let you know, we have those at Help for HD. So let us know.
Okay, I'm letting you know I want one.
I'm gonna get you one. I'm gonna send you one.
We're in
But
too.
well, see, and Katie, I'm just like you in that my feathers are ruffled before anybody ever actually says anything, because I'm waiting. It's like I'm waiting for someone to say something, and I'm ready with that. Well, he has Huntington's, and so and more often than not, I just go ahead and say, "You'll have to excuse us." And Nathan's career is not that bad, but his balance is. And sorry, I don't know if you guys hear the knocking, but my 6-year-old's at the door trying to get in. With Nathan, when we're out, his balance is what his problem is, because you know most people walk on the ball at the heel and then go forward with the full foot, but Nathan walks on the ball of his feet, and that of course makes him stumble more. And so I'm ready to be proactive and to defend my husband, because like I said before, I'm very protective of my husband and both the kids. And but I like Katie, I have to hold myself back and realize that not everybody is being, you know, wants to be ugly. And really, when I go, you have to excuse us, he has Huntington's, it really is a tool of, oh, what's that? Or I got you. You know, if they've heard of it, it's like, I got you. So yeah.
That shirt of Katie, that's a wonderful idea. Yeah, I wondered if there was a way to kind of advertise this. We just went snorkeling in the Dominican Republic, and the water was above our heads, and Carlos is losing the ability to swim, as I discovered. So I left him on the boat, but luckily 2 ladies had reached out, like, what does he have? Is he okay? Or so forth. And I explained, and when I went snorkeling, I looked back up, and they were both helping him and doing everything they could. And it just was, he loved the attention, and the shirt, I think, would have broken the ice as well. You know.
I'll make you a deal. If it's safe, you meet us in Orlando and I'll hook you up with as many shirts as you want.
Sounds like a plan. We're booked.
Well, I think the whole panel's getting them in the mail. You guys, thank you so much for those thoughtful questions. And this next question, we directed it to Heather, but I want the other panelists to please feel free to chime in if they are comfortable doing so. This person wants to know about intimacy issues. Says, I don't hear it talked about much, but my wife constantly talks about sex and it's getting uncomfortable.
We've not really had that with Nathan yet. I mean, I know there are people out there that have had that issue, and there's also people that deal with hyposexuality as well. And so you're not alone. It's really common. What I would suggest is talking to your medical professional, because, you know, they're there to help you. And if they can't help you, they can direct you to someone who can. And, but you want to be proactive about it, because, you know, I've seen people in support groups, not our in-person support group, but the online ones, that marriages are ended because of it. And then there's been a couple that have had issues and run-ins with the law because of it, you know, like exposing themselves or whatever. And, you know, it's not intentional on their part. It's the Huntingtons. So I would highly recommend talking to someone who could help and give you some direction there.
Great answer. Anybody else feel like chiming in? Yeah, you know, as with most things in the spectrum of human kindness, our sexuality is on a spectrum too. And some people, like you say, may have issues of hypo, some people may have issues of hyper. And definitely if it is at a degree where there is issues of public safety or safety to the person or safety with the kids, you definitely need to reach out to your medical providers for help with that. Because you don't want to be in a situation that could end up being a problem for folks. And the person who submitted this question is right. We don't talk about it much. And I think probably when you go in for checkups and things like that, people may not be asking you about that aspect of your life. I would encourage you to ask them, because I think probably most of your providers would be happy to respond to you. But it may be something that you have to take the initiative to, right or wrong. And like I said, if it increases on that spectrum of involving other people and safety issues, then you definitely need to make those calls. So Dawn, we're going to you for the next question. Our toilet keeps breaking. This toilet, but there's probably other things in the household too, right? Our toilet keeps breaking, either the seal on the floor or the seal or the tank. We've had to replace it countless times. This person has heard about it in groups, but no real solutions. So did you have that experience, and any suggestions from the panel?
Yes, I had a lot of experience with that. I don't know that my toilet itself actually broke. I mean, it did leak. My issue was with toilet seats, which is the beginning of having your toilet break. I still have extra toilet seats in the garage as of today. And Tom's been gone for 2 years now. So what I did to help this, because the reason obviously why it's doing it is because a lot of times they have chorea. So they're moving while they're on the toilet seat, or they love to plop down. That's one of the biggest things. So they're plopping in, this is at least for Tom, he would plop onto the toilet seat, which would then butt against the tank. So all toilets are different. I have where the tank is there. And so when that gets pushed, then it leaks, and the toilet seats for sure were constantly breaking off because of all the moving around. So some of the things that I did to solve that were, I got a Comfort HIPE toilet. So those toilets are low for me. And so somebody who doesn't have the ability really to sit with more constraint, really, that's really where the plopping was happening. So I got Comfort height. So it's not really ADA height. It's just a little bit higher than your normal. And hopefully anyone who's putting in a toilet would put in a Comfort height. It's very, very nice for all people. And then oblong toilet seats. If you are a male and you have to sit down when you are urinating, you need an oblong toilet seat. Round will not cut it. I can tell you how many times we had pee all over the floor. So really oblong is the way to go, because everything can get tucked in there really nicely. And again, that helps with not having to push back so much, and again, resistant of the toilet. The other thing is we had I guess it's a 2x4, and we would put that brace behind the toilet tank. So between the toilet tank and the wall, up against, a stud, you get a little bit so that the toilet seat itself isn't rocking back and forth. So you are stabilizing the toilet tank. And by doing that, you'll definitely have less wear and tear on the actual tank, less leakage. And anyway, that really solved a lot of problems for us. Eventually, the 2x4 moved, and it actually put a hole into my wall. And then I had to, repair that a little bit, but my toilet didn't break after that. So yeah, we had a lot of experience with the toilets. I mean, it was laughable most of the time. It's like, so I hope those helped.
Oh, those are great answers, Dawn. That is so practical. I know that you've helped a lot of people.
It's not a beautiful sight, to be honest, but I think all of us, if you have a wheelchair in your house right now or walkers, you're all scuffed everywhere. I think we have to put some of that aside, and just either you can paint every week, or you can just let it go and I let it go. So yeah.
Yeah, I think just to kind of piggyback onto what Dawn was saying too, we actually have grab bars in the bathroom, of course, to help with both with Michael and for Ava. But it is a constant battle of wiping the floor. So I think the next step, we are having toilet issues. So I think the next step would probably be the higher toilet with the oblong toilet seat for sure. So thanks for that recommendation, Dawn.
You know, the other thing too, you guys, is you know, they have over toilet, they're commodes, but you don't need the commode part. You need the frame that has the armrests, right?
Yes.
It's the armrest. And I'll tell you why that can be helpful when you get that postural instability. You know, when they're falling down, what happens is they just simply can't hold their body weight. Their postural stability just gives out on them. It's the same reason why they fall into chairs and they fall onto the couch, and they can't modulate the movement necessary to ease down. But if they've got something to hold on to on the side that bears a little bit of their body weight, so they still may lower too fast, but it's broken up a little bit by having something to hold on to with their arms. Their arms are, and it also actually makes it a whole lot easier to stand up, because it needs to be positioned so it's not too high, but high enough that they can push off with their arms too. So that's another suggestion.
Yeah, and I did do that, Terry, thanks. In fact, when Melissa said the grab bars, I'm like, oh, I forgot. I just assembled the commode and I just put the frame on there.
Just the frame.
And also it helps so that they don't fall off, because at least where mine was positioned, it gave him a little bit of, so he couldn't tip off of the toilet as well as easily anyway. So yeah, great. That's a great idea.
Yeah, good luck, you guys. That's great. Heather, coming back to you, my children are struggling with their daddy being sick. The children's ages 7, 9, and 11. How much do I tell them they are all at risk?
With our 6-year-old, and this is where I'm going to cry. He knows daddy's sick, but bless him, at night when we do our prayers, it's, God, please fix my daddy's sinuses. So, you know, with him, he's so little. We just explained daddy's sick. My stepdaughter, on the other hand, she knows, and she's known. We got Nathan's diagnosis. She was probably, I think she was about 12, because our son was 1.5 years when we got diagnosed. And I forget exactly what happened, because I went to bed one night and she didn't really know a lot. And then the next morning I wake up and she's asking me a ton of questions. And somewhere in the night, her dad, she and her cousin were with us, and her dad was somehow or another ended up showing her YouTube videos of what we were facing. So she's known for a long time. And she's handled it really well. I mean, she's been phenomenal about how she has handled it. But with Hayden, we've explained enough that he understands daddy's sick, and he knows daddy has to take, we call it Medi, because that's just what my best friends always called medicine, and it was easy for him to say. And now he thinks that's his job. Mommy, is it time for daddy to have his Medi? Yeah, as a matter of fact, we have 2 small nieces that are about the same age that they want to help Uncle Nathan take his medicine. So it's really cute for all 3 of them to stand there and take turns with the medication to give it to Nathan so he can take it. But we'll probably wait a little bit longer before we go into in-depth with Hayden. But Gabrielle was about 12, 13 years old when she found out everything. The plan was to wait to explain to her, just because we didn't want to throw so much on her. And somewhere along the line, her dad just went, okay, this is what we're facing, this is what we're dealing with. And so you say 11? The oldest was 11.
Yes.
Maybe not too much. And Melissa and some of the others may have different.
You went on mute. Heather.
11 is probably old enough or getting there, but my son's about to turn 7 and we're going to wait a little bit longer with him. Well, he knows that the reason daddy stumbles is because he's sick. He knows that the reason why daddy's starting to kind of slur his words and his movements are stiffer because he's sick. We have explained it's not daddy's sinuses, that daddy's got a sickness with his brain. But we haven't gone into in-depth yet, but probably about age 10, 11, when they become aware, when they're learning about stuff like this in science class at school, we'll probably go there and explain it before he learns about it in school and is shocked and upset in school. At least that way he's prepared.
Yeah. And could I found something that worked a couple months ago, and I read so many things about, I mean, I would say out of my whole journey, I've lived from not knowing about HD to my husband's passing. And the hardest thing, and I've been crying all day because it's been an emotional day, but the hardest thing is having children at risk for me, because we're their moms and we need to protect them, and we cannot protect them from Huntington's disease. So that is like, so I read books, like I'm sure all of us moms on here, on how to talk to your children. What are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to do this right? And the other night, my son came out and I was sitting outside. He always wants to talk at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night when I'm ready for bed. That's when he is ready. Let's talk about HD. And he came out and I was sitting out by myself outside, and he came out and he started crying, and he's 15 and he's he's like his dad. He's very brave, but he was talking about HD. And I looked at him and I'm like, what am I supposed to say? And I started thinking, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to say it from my heart. And it worked so well. I said, you know what, Cooper? I said, I'm going to tell you something. The only thing I can promise you, I can't promise you a cure for HD. I can't promise you that it's going to be okay and that you're going to test negative. But what I can promise you is you will never be alone, ever. I am your mom and I will always be by your side, no matter what. And he started crying and he said, thank you. Because we know this on this panel, when we're sick, we want our moms. When we are in pain, we want our moms. Our moms bring us comfort. Our parents bring us comfort. So no matter what Cooper goes through, I'm always going to be there. So I think that is like talking to your children about HD. We talk about this. There's so many different ways, but I think a big thing is your kids just want to know they'll always have you by their side, and you will get them through no matter what challenges are they'll never battle anything alone. So sorry, that was just something, it worked and it brought us both comfort that no matter what happens, we're going to be by each other's side through the whole thing. So sorry.
No, oh my God, thank you. Thank you.
That's, I mean, totally. Like I said before, I'm overprotective when it comes to my kids and my husband, and especially with the kids. And I get it. And that's and matter of fact, something I did, I ordered it and hadn't thought anything about it because it hasn't arrived yet. But Shelby Lentz is actually a friend of mine. We've become friends. I've actually, when Nathan got diagnosed, we followed Brianna's journey. Yeah. And Shelby and I have become friends through that. And when she announced that she had the book, I ordered it. It's just not arrived yet. And we're going to ease into certain things with Hayden by using the book. But yeah, Katie, I totally agree. As long as they know that you're there and they're not alone, and that was a big thing for us too. And we're adults. Nathan and I were adults when we got his diagnosis, and we felt so alone, and we don't want our kids to feel that way. And that is such an important point. And I'll shut up now. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't apologize, Heather, at all. You guys, this has been a wonderful discussion that I know not only all of us, but everybody tuning in is benefiting from. I'm putting on my moderator hat here just for a second. We have 6 more really important questions and less than 6 minutes to get through them. So let's move on to the next one. Melissa, directed at you. My entire life is based around HD caregiving. I feel like I'm losing who I was. How do I find balance?
So I think we've kind of touched on that, all of us, a little bit. So I'll just try to keep it as quick as possible. I just tend to have list and more lists, and I kind of focus on one thing that I need to do and accomplish each day, one thing for the week. I keep a whiteboard off of my kitchen with everything on it, cross them off the list, just one thing at a time. So if I didn't have lists, I wouldn't remember anything. So it's basic, but it's what works for us. So.
And remember, I was just going to add a little thing. Remember, we talked a little bit too, find things in your life that fill your reservoir to help give you that balance, right? Because you're doing all these tasks that deplete it. What are those things that increase it? And be mindful about that and put that in on your list.
I think that just to kind of touch on that, I did make myself a note for self-care Sundays. I try to do a little something for myself, because I think as caregivers, we can get worn out and kind of get angry and resentful at times for not having that time for ourselves. And that's okay, because we're human too. We still have emotions, we still have needs.
Yes.
So it's important to still take that time to do things for ourselves. So I try to do self-care Sundays for myself. So
fabulous.
Everybody should do that.
Stu, this next question, what is something you can share that is helpful for my future in caring for my husband?
So live for the now with no regrets. And Carlos, my partner, teaches me that every single day. He's about now. He's not about the future. He's just always been about the now. I've always been about the future, and I'm realizing how it's so important about the now. And just make sure there's no regrets. It's tragic that the juvenile HD, they don't have trials, what we touched on, because I envision them hanging off a cliff, everybody. And if there's a big pharmaceutical company out there willing to spend all this kind of money, let's accept it, as long as you're comfortable with that trial. There's some scary ones out there. Just make sure you're spending everything you can now with love and hopeful, and including trials if that's what you want to do, to give back to the HD community as well. Carlos even understands we may or may not save him, but he will be famous forever because we've been in these trials. He's given back.
Beautiful. Dawn, did you use hospice at the end with Tom?
Yes.
Good. So these next couple of questions are about hospice care. How did you talk to Tom about it being ready, or that the time was ready for hospice, being respectful of the feelings and emotions he might have about that?
Yeah, and for us, so Tom really wasn't, couldn't really communicate by the time we needed hospice, although it was suggested or thrown out there a couple of times to us before, but I think it was more me that was more resistant of hospice, seems like, when it's towards the end. But as I had mentioned earlier, Tom had got aspiration pneumonia at the end and was hospitalized for a couple of days. And when he was sent home, the doctors were basically sending him home to die. I mean, I thought he would totally overcome that. But they were pretty much right on that he was not going to live more than a couple of weeks. But he was still very aware. He could still even eat a little bit and things like that. But he was sent home on hospice. So I think with everything with Tom throughout our 18 years of this journey of Huntington's, he was always very open and willing to pretty much do anything. So I know even if he could have really agreed or disagreed, he would have said, what do you think? If you think I need it, yeah, I think so. So he was easygoing in all aspects of this disease, which really helps as a caregiver. So yeah, I think that I would, one of the things I would say is hospice really helps both the caregiver and the actual person who's getting it. They come out, I mean, I really wish I had had it earlier. I mean, there's a lot more services that are available with hospice that come in, like coming in and giving them baths. I mean, at the end, it's challenging. You can't really even, I mean, I could not get Tom in the bathroom anymore, or the toilet, or the shower. So I think having some of those things that took some of the that responsibility off of the caregiver and let you have time really to just spend quality time with them instead of having to be the caregiving part of it. So yeah, I think it's just, again, communicating and talking to them, but hospice really, they've got to change the name of it. It just sounds so for some reason. I think people have just psychologically like that's a bad thing, but it really can be something helpful for the caregiver and the patient. And it can be something that they graduate off of, right? You can have hospice for short periods of time and then get off of hospice. So just lots of services. So worked for us.
Thank you. You know, Dawn, the follow-up question to that was, would you have brought hospice on sooner? And I think you answered that.
Yeah, I think I would have, because I think there was just some great benefits of it.
Terrific. Melissa, this question is, what are some of the signs to look for in JHD, and what was the first thing you saw?
So I think some of the first signs for JHD, I thought about this for a while last evening. I think the first thing for Ava was her tics. A lot of times, well, Ava was misdiagnosed as being autistic, which happens for a lot of JHD kiddos, but tics, so vocal tics, throat clearing, sniffing, eyes blinking. And then kind of as things progressed, she kind of started being socially immature, trouble with speech, crying tantrums, and of course, trouble at school. So I would say those were the first signs, but definitely the tics. So.
How long was it between when you started seeing those, Melissa, that you sought medical advice?
Well, our story, we didn't have a family history of Huntington's disease, so we didn't have that family history to go off on. So she was, I would say, beginning to be symptomatic around the age of 8. And then she was diagnosed at 12, getting ready to turn 13, if memory serves. So we dealt for a good 4 years, kind of dealing with all of her symptoms and kind of trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, and it is much harder in situations where it's not known and the parent isn't symptomatic. Yeah, those are very challenging. Stu, question number 25 comes to you. However, everybody can feel free to chime in. How do you support your spouse while keeping them hopeful and positive?
So again, I'm a really lucky guy because he is just so hopeful, happy, positive anyway, but he has complete trust in me, which is good and bad. I learned I shouldn't always be the doctor. We stay in the trials. He wants to be in the trials, and that's our goal. And he knows that we're working, and he has faith that these trials will come through for him. And he just might be right. He goes to cook. He knows he can come and help, ask me for help. He still likes to work. I make sure there's transportation and so forth for that. So I just support him any way I can. And he just loves vacations. I've said it before, but one of the big things he does every day is stares at Facebook. It reminds you, where you were this last year and so forth. So we keep doing all these vacations. And as somebody said earlier, I do realize I should probably try to get some help when we travel. It certainly helps. I took a vacation with my elderly mom and him, and that was, wow, that I needed some help. But we can laugh about it, and he's a fairly easy guy to keep hope.
So on behalf of Help for HD, I want to thank you panelists from the depths of my heart. The reaching out, sharing your stories, offering advice and comfort to our community is so meaningful. And we appreciate the time that you devoted to be on this panel. We appreciate your thoughtful and heartfelt comments. And I'll let Katie and Katrina come back on and share any other parting thoughts. But thank you guys so much. Good luck in your journeys, and you can always contact us.
Yeah, I think that I would thank you, Terry, and thank you, panel, for everything. I think an appropriate thing to leave this panel on is that Help for HD International has a virtual caregivers group every Tuesday, and it is an amazing group. You come on through Zoom. There's a wealth of information and support and knowledge on that group. So if you guys want to get involved, you just reach out to Sharon at helpforhd.org, SHARON, and she will give you the Zoom codes. It's more private. We don't put those codes open. She like verifies you're a caregiver, and it's all verified for you to come in. But every Tuesday at 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, we all get together, and it's a really cool group. So if you want to join, email Sharon. I think that would be good. I thank you all so much for coming on.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, it was great. We will hopefully see most of you in Orlando. Waiting on safety. If safety is good, I know that I'm going to be able to see some of you, and I can't wait if it's safe to hug you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we are going to bring on HDYO. That's the Huntington's Disease Youth Organization. We could bring on Matt Ellison and Jenna Shea. And oh yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Yeah. And then we are just waiting on Matt. He may not be, we're a little bit early, so he may not be by his computer. Let's see. I can actually start with introductions. Jen's like, I'll text him right now. All right. This is our fault because we're early, which is never happens, by the way. Hey, Matt.
Hey, now you can hear why I was on mute.
It's all good. I would like to introduce two amazing speakers from HDYO, the Huntington's Disease Youth Organization, which we all know and love. Let me start out with Matt. He is an HD family member and the founder, project coordinator of the Huntington's Disease Youth Organization, the HDYO, a nonprofit that supports and educates young people impacted by HD worldwide. And Jenna, but I see, did people call you Jen?
Yes, yeah.
I noticed that on our emails. So Jenna has supported HSD's efforts to raise awareness by sharing her story at conferences and other education forums, and has taken on an active role as a patient advocate for those affected by HD. Jenna currently is doing the mentor project, you could tell, the youth mentorship program in Canada, and is working with HDYO and HDSA to develop their new mentorship program. So we are super excited to have you guys on with us today and talk about this new mentorship project and maybe give us some updates on all that's going on HDYO.
Thank you, Katie and Katrina. I appreciate it. Sorry for my son jumping across at that point. We all know what it's like, huh? So yes, I am Matt. I am the founder of HDYO, and I'm joined by Jenna here, one of our new staff members. So we're going to do a little bit of a spiel about what HDYO is and what we do, and then Jenna's going to talk a little bit about our new project, Mentor Project, as well. If that's okay with you all. Shall I just share my screen, guys? Is that the best way to do it? Let's see what we've got. Okay, super. One second. Is that progress?
Yeah, that's good, Matt.
All right.
You're not in presentation mode.
All right, I'm getting there.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Okay. So hopefully most people have heard of HDYO, but if you haven't, then I'm not going to take offense to it. Don't worry. But we call ourselves HDYO. We are the Huntington's Disease Youth Organization. and we support and educate and empower young people around the world impacted by Huntington's disease. It was launched in 2012 by myself and a group of young people that were helping me to do that. So just some backstory, I also come from a HD family, so does Jenna too. But my dad had Huntington's disease, passed away in 2009, and I tested positive when I was 19, and I'm now 33. So yeah, I'm very much in the trenches with you all. But that was really my own experience was the catalyst for kind of starting HTO, because my childhood was spent looking after my father and trying to understand what was happening to him, and that was very, very difficult. And there just weren't enough services for young people in HD families. And you might be able to tell from my accent, I'm not American. I'm in the UK. But speaking to other young people around the world, we realized that actually services for young people were few and far between. And a lot of the services that were set up were aimed at adults. So that created a problem for young people trying to access something. So this was something that HTO wanted to solve for young people globally, was provide a place for them where they could come to us for support, say, hey, what do you need? Do you want to talk? Or also, we've got a huge amount of content on our site as well. So do you want to learn? And we would provide those opportunities for young people. And here's our website. Here's how it looks at the moment. It changes day by day. But no, we did some big changes recently. So it's looking a bit nicer now, but we're still working on it a bit. But it's up in 14 languages, which was hugely important. And still is hugely important, because, as I said, when I say that HTO supports young people around the world, I truly mean it. And it's not a gimmick to say that. We really do our best to help young people around the world. And I'm not happy if we're not doing enough in that area. But basically, we have 14 languages on the website. So all of our content is available in various languages, and so that young people can contact us for support in their own language as well, which is, both things are really, really important, for young people, because one of the problems that we found was that there just wasn't enough educational resources for HD in these languages. So if you're trying to learn things about HD in Spanish or Portuguese, then you're going to be in trouble. You're just really not going to have as much available. So we worked hard on that. And we offer a huge amount of educational content. It's all split into different areas, as you can see here. So I encourage you all to take a look. It's hdyo.org. And yeah, we've got a huge amount of stuff on there. So a little bit of a history of HDO, some of our stats. So since 2012, when we launched, we've had about 7,000 people and families contact us. And they're coming from about 95 countries, maybe a bit more than that at the moment. And we've held 10 HTO youth camps, we call them, which I'll talk about in a second, on 4 continents. And we've had over 600 young people from HT families attend those camps for free, which is probably my most proudest thing about HTO. So these youth camps are like 3 or 4 day events for young people from HT families aged between like 15 to early 20s. And they get to go for free, of course, but the big things about these events are that they get to meet like 50 of the young people who are going through the same things as them, which is fantastic, but also that they get support and education sessions on HD, and they get to share, if they want to share, they can talk about what's going on for them and what's difficult for them, and if they need any help with something, then that can be arranged through after the event and stuff like this. So it's really, really beneficial for the young people who attend. We get lots of amazing feedback on the event, and we've done 5 of those in North America, 2 in Europe, 2 in Australia and New Zealand, and 1 in South America. So we've been to a lot of places, and that was all kind of pre-COVID. Unfortunately, obviously, COVID's messed everything up for all of us, but we're hoping to get back to doing our camps as soon as COVID goes away a bit more. Fingers crossed. So we also did, speaking about COVID, we also did a virtual Young Adult Congress. This year, we had about 600 people attend that, but that was meant to be in person in 2020. So we had to, obviously COVID just ruined our plans there again, but we took it virtually and it was a big success. We're going to do it virtually again next year. But again, we're trying to do events for young adults as well, because obviously our camps are aimed at that kind of teenage range. So we're trying to do events for young adults too in the future and move that forwards. And our website's been visited a lot of times, and we have a YouTube channel with lots of educational content, because we also keep producing lots of content in different formats, including videos, of course. So our staff team, we took a bit of a hit last year, like a lot of people. But we're just coming back into it now. We've just recruited a few more people now, including Jenna, who's also on the call. So the reason, yeah, we've got 2 Jennas now. So we've got 4 staff right now, and 2 of them are called Jenna. I don't know why we did that, but okay. But we just recently, just last week, we recruited Jenna Heineman to be the executive director, and myself here as project coordinator. And then we have Jen on the call here as well, North American project coordinator, and she's doing mentorship program. And then we've got Rebecca Mason, who is the Join HD study coordinator, which is what I'm going to talk about right now. So this was one of our most newest projects that we're doing, and probably one of our most exciting projects that we're doing at the moment, as well as the mentor project. So Join HD, Juvenile Onset Initiative for Huntington's Disease. So it's a study that we've set up, and Rebecca is the study coordinator. And we are looking to recruit JHD families to the study. They just have to answer questions. They can do it on the phone to Rebecca, or they can do it online. It's kind of like a virtual Enroll HD, if anybody knows, has experience of Enroll. But we're basically developing a registry of juvenile HD families around the world, with a lot of data and information that can then be used to help speed up any potential treatments that might be available to juvenile HD families. So that's something, you guys just did a session. I think you just ended a session on juvenile HD there. So it's something that is very, very important to me, juvenile HD, even though I haven't experienced it, but I've seen a lot of JHD around the family. I've been to a lot of events. I've been to JHD camp in England that gets run every year, and I see what those families go through, and we really need to be doing more for those families, I think. So this is one way we're trying to do that with the Join HD initiative here. So if you are a JHD family and you don't think you've heard about this, or you haven't spoken with Rebecca yet, and you're interested, there's Rebecca's email, and please do send her an email. She's waiting for everybody's emails. So yeah, that's a really exciting one. And I'll now hand over to Jen, who will talk about the mentorship project. Jen, can you talk?
Yes, I can.
Super. Okay, I'll do your slides for you then. Just tell me when you want me to move them.
Perfect. Thanks, Matt.
Go for it.
So HTO is excited to announce our partnership with HDSA in the development of a young adult, a youth mentorship program. So we've HTO has partnered with HDSA and the Huntington Society of Canada that already has a mentorship program developed and has been in practice for several years now. So we partnered together so that we could get one of these programs up and running in the US with the intention of going global one day. The mentorship program is designed to support young people across the United States who face the everyday challenges of growing up in a family affected by Huntington's disease. We are committed to offering a nationwide mentorship program that provides youth, so a mentee with a one-to-one time and attention with another person within the HD or JHD community as a mentor. Mentors will receive training and ongoing support from a youth social worker within HDSA. Matt, you can move on to the next slide. Okay, so the question is, why might a mentorship program be useful? Might it be useful for one of your children or for you if you're out there listening? Isolation, as likely many of you know, isolation and lack of peer understanding are issues that young people face in the HD community, and it's something that many young people cite as one of their most pressing concerns. Connecting with peers in the HD community can help normalize one's experience, and with a trained peer mentor, help individuals navigate some of the tough issues associated with HD. So in a mentorship relationship, in a mentee-mentor relationship, you will have a trained mentee, and depending on what the mentee's needs are, a mentor could be there to support a mentee that is questioning or thinking about genetic testing, that is thinking about family planning or IVF, that is potentially dealing with a positive result of genetic testing, a negative result of genetic testing, that could be feeling survivor's guilt. Mentors can support mentees that may have just received a new diagnosis of Huntington's disease in their family, are thinking about post-secondary education, maybe struggling with mental health issues, questions around JHD, the death of a loved one, the challenges around life as a young caregiver, potentially transitioning a loved one to long-term care or more in-home supports, clinical and trial involvement. So there are a whole host of challenges associated with coming from a family affected by HD, and what we want to do is be able to pair a young person or a mentee with a mentor who has experience in that area and has been trained through a mentorship program to support someone else. We believe that sharing this common experience can assist mentors in better understanding and connecting with youth mentees. So having the shared common experience of coming from a family affected by HD, we believe will bring mentees and mentors closer together. As mentioned, mentors will be committed to supporting, guiding, and being a friend and a positive role model to their mentee. And of course, an added benefit would be that participation in this program would hopefully connect young people to HDO and HDSA networks, and of course, the wider HD community. You can move on to the next slide, please, Matt. So we are currently in the process of accepting applications. We've actually just wrapped up our first round of mentorship training. So we have 6 fully trained mentors that are ready to be paired with mentees. We're in the process of accepting applications for both mentors and mentees. The application process for mentees, applications for mentees will be accepted on an ongoing and a rolling basis. So as the need comes along, apply to the program, and we'll review your application. And as soon as we have a mentor that is suitable for you, we will pair you with your mentor. When we're pairing mentors and mentees together, we're really looking at, like I mentioned, shared experiences. If there's something particular, if a mentee is on the cusp of or is considering genetic testing, and that is where they want support, then we'll pair them with a mentor that has experience going through the process. If we have a mentee that is exploring options for post-secondary education and just wants the support of someone else that has comes from a family affected by Huntington's disease and has made the decision to pursue post-secondary education, then we'll pair a mentee with a mentor that has that experience. We're also looking to pair mentors and mentees together that have common interests and hobbies. So we're not just looking at the shared HD experience and what the mentee is looking for, but we're wanting to ensure that the relationship is strong and that there's shared interests outside of Huntington's disease. So, you know, perhaps like hobbies around outdoor activities and sports or musical interests, you know, knitting, sewing, whatever it is that you are interested in, we're going to try and pair you up with a mentor that has similar interests. We are accepting mentees aged 15 to 35. That is an age range that we're suggesting. However, if you have a child that is younger than 15 and you think would fit well into this program, or you think could really benefit from the support of a positive role model that understands HD and what your young person might be going through, then we're happy to discuss that and develop a relationship. We're as I mentioned, we've just wrapped up our first round of mentor training. We have 6 mentors that are ready to be paired, and we're moving on to begin accepting applications for our next round of mentors to be trained. So we're looking for mentors that are between the ages of 18 and 35 and believe that this is an opportunity that they would like to pursue and think that they may have a great skill set that they could offer, or a great experience that they could offer and share with a young person that needs support. So we're looking for mentors between the ages of 18 and 35 years old, and we're accepting applications for the next round of mentorship training that's scheduled to take place in October of 2021. In September. The deadline to apply is September 20th. And you can apply here at the top of the slide. There is the site where you can go to apply. And we'll make sure that we can get this posted in all HD networks or social media, so that you can find this the application there. But you can definitely find the application on the HDSA website. If you go to the search bar and type in the mentorship program, you'll be brought to the mentorship application where both mentors and mentees can apply. We're here to support you, and we'd like any interest. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions around the mentorship program.
Thanks, Jen. And there's my email too, and there's Jen's email as well if you have mentorship questions. And my email just for any questions you have about how terrible this presentation was, but I'm joking.
All right,
Okay.
awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming on. We are super excited to watch this new mentorship. How great, what a great resource for our kids, and I mean up to 35. So
Yeah.
I love that. So perfect.
It was great seeing you, Maddie, and nice to meet you virtually, Jenna.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we appreciate all of our partnerships with you guys, and thank you so
Absolutely.
much for all that you guys do.
Thank you. We appreciate help for HG too. And yeah, hope it was useful. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next we are going to bring on Michelle. You ready?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yep. We are bringing on Tammy next.
I have my picture showing. Yeah.
There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you. Welcome
Nice to-
in.
Thank you.
So we're here with Tammy today. We're just going to talk about living with Huntington's disease and dating in the HD community. So Tammy found out that she was HD positive in January of 2020, and she's here today to offer some perspective on dating. And we will jump right in with your first question, Tammy. What age were you when you were diagnosed in 2020?
I was 34 or 33, sorry.
33. Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
And then, so we're, it's so cool to see you, Tammy, like in person. Normally it's like virtual. So it's very fun to be here with you.
Thank you.
No, we're so excited. And this is one thing, the reason why we were so excited to have Tammy is always so open and honest on social media, and her advocacy, helping families and helping people through the virtual support of talking about her story and being open and honest about all of it. And so to have her on with us today is so important. So when you were diagnosed, were you single at the time, Tammy?
Yes, I was single, and I just felt completely hopeless after finding that out. I just was ready to give up, but I tell people I'm only in the beginning stages. I still have so much to offer. There's no need to discount me quite yet.
Of course. And so, so you were single when diagnosed, and you weren't dating anyone at the time. You were just on your own. So you got
I was on my own, open, of course, to meeting people, but after that diagnosis, it was pretty, I was pretty devastated.
Sure. So when you do meet somebody new, Tammy, do you tell them right away about Huntington's disease, or do you wait a little while?
I've done all three. I've even written it in my profile. That seems to help the most, actually.
Smart.
Writing it in my profile. Because the other two, I've been ghosted. I've been sent messages saying that they're scared. I don't blame them. I'm scared too. It's terrifying.
Right.
But anyone can get into a car accident. You never know. But they just don't like the expiration, is what somebody told me.
Wow, that's pretty blunt of them. I mean,
yes,
none of us know our expiration dates, whether it's Huntington's or not. None of us know. So that's super unfortunate, and they're missing out.
That's for sure.
Thank you.
And I love you say that you put it in your profile of your dating apps, because I haven't heard, that's the first time I've heard that before.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was interesting this morning, Tammy, where we had a couple people on that were gene positive, and they kind of brought up dating here and there. And they said, telling them right up front weeded out the bad that I didn't want anyways.
Right.
The ones that it was a weeding process, right? Like, so I thought that was really good.
The strong, yes.
Yes. Weed out the weak, keep the strong. That's right.
Yes.
So what have been some of the most challenges that you have found in dating?
I tell them I'm depressed, severely depressed. I have bad anxiety. It's nothing personal. It's nothing to do with you. Just be there for me, and I'll work it through. But I'm very upfront about that. I don't want anyone to think that it has anything to do with them. It's just something with the disease that I can't control, but I'm working through with therapy and meds.
I like that open line of communication and that you're, just saying, hey, stick with me through this. And, it's me and not you, because I think that's super important, because a lot of people, again, with or without HD involved, if somebody's depressed and have anxiety and things like that, they often take that on like, oh, it's me, that she or he doesn't like me. They don't want to be around me. I'm a bother. And so then they kind of jet. So I think being open and communicating is amazing. I think that's a great idea. I'm sorry. What would you encourage people to do who are new to dating in the HD community?
I wouldn't give up. I'm a hopeless romantic. Always wanted to get married. I decided not to have kids. Very hard decision, but I don't want to pass this on or risk it. But and that's been a deal breaker for people too. I get it. But there's always adoption, which I tell them.
Yes, of course.
And but I still believe in love. I still believe in it.
I think the thing is that with Huntington's, a lot of people that we hear, like, they don't want to put that on someone, or they feel like it's almost like it breaks my heart, because it's like they don't think, it's like everyone is worthy and deserves love and to be loved, and not even by a partner, but by friends and family, and support is so important. And I think that it's so funny, every time we talk about dating in our support groups and stuff, everyone's like, oh, that's heavy, because it's such a huge topic, right? When you're talking about, but it's interesting, because I think, like, I don't sit and talk to the person I'm dating about, like, oh, so my grandpa died of cancer, my brother has cystic fibrosis, he does, you know what I mean? Like, I don't sit and tell them my health history, right?
Right.
And but with Huntington's, I think a lot of times, a lot of our community wants to be open from the very beginning, because if you're gonna run now.
Right.
Kind of thing. That's what I hear a lot.
Right. It's progressive. It's only gonna get, it's not good. But I just, at the end of the hard day, I'm like anyone else, I'd like a hug.
Yeah.
And with Huntington's, we have a lot of hard days. So just that person being there is life-changing.
Sure. And then outside of dating, Tammy, can you tell us a little bit about, because it just made me think of this, about your testing. So you said you weren't married, you weren't with anybody at the time. So your testing process, how did you feel very lonely through that process, or did you lean on family and friends for support through the testing process?
I was very lonely. I have my mom, and she's really all I have right now, and a few friends, but she got me through it. But yeah, I really was dependent on my mom.
Yeah.
Really dependent on my mom. And that's something the counselor, when she's talking about it, she's like, this codependency relationship is not great, but she's all I've ever had.
Sure. And do you find that even through, so you were saying that but you do have a very strong presence on social media advocacy, because that's how we all know each other. So do you find that you get a lot of support virtually?
I do. I have to tell myself, okay, this is your third post in that group. Other people want to turn. So I always, in my post in the Huntington's disease group, say, you guys are the best, one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Yeah. It's true. If people knock social media all the time, but in your, like, if you're an HD community member and you're in those private groups that we're all in, it's a huge support. It's a lifeline. It's a lifeline
Yes.
a lot of the times. And sometimes there's negativity. Sometimes there's things that need to be controlled. But as we all have seen, but at the same time, there's way more good that comes from it than negative.
Oftentimes I find myself scrolling through the different groups and just reading people's posts, because I don't post a lot in there except for things that have to do with awareness, but not necessarily personal situations. And when I scroll through, I find a lot of things I can relate to, and even going through the comments and finding like solutions or ideas, very similar to my own. So I think that's really beneficial for me personally.
Oh yeah, I remember I asked, has anyone else been diagnosed with bipolar, and I got a bunch of yes. So there's definitely a connection there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people don't realize some of those groups we're in have 2,000 to 3,000 people in them. Like they're large groups with a lot of information from around the world,
right?
Not just local, right? And I think people just don't understand. I often hear people say, well, social media is so scary. I'm like, it's a lot of people, that's where they find their support.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So have you found anything, just real quick, what's your thoughts on dating apps? Since we're talking about dating, is apps kind of the way you find is easiest to date?
Yeah, I found quite a few people. I've dated a lot. It is when I get to that Huntington's disease that I've been broken up with, but I just keep searching, and I've tried all kinds of apps. And from Christian to just kind of POF, a general one. And I haven't had so much luck, but
yeah,
I haven't given up. I'm determined to.
Good for you.
That's
to
right.
meet my soulmate.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing that. I have a couple friends on dating apps, and it's really hard to weed through the people who are looking for a relationship, or, people who are just there to, cause issues in your life. It's really
Right.
hard to weed through all of the different people. So keep trying. I'm sure
He's
there's
out
someone
there
there.
somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's waiting for you, just like you're waiting for him.
Yes. So, but so do you have any like final thoughts, Tammy, or any advice for someone out there living with Huntington's and that is single and feeling lonely? What would your advice be to them?
I would not give up. I've been through all kinds of horrible dating stories, and I still looking. I still have hope that I can meet that person, and that loyal person, that one who's going to hold my hand. Companionship.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone online just commented, Tammy, and they just said they admire your determination so much.
Yeah, I mean, we just have this life, and I mean, we know with Huntington's disease, we know that better than anyone. So
yeah,
I live a colorful life.
Life is precious, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I thank you so much for coming on and being vulnerable. This is a topic that a lot of people don't want to talk about, but it is a big topic in our community. So
Yeah.
Thank you for saying yes and coming on with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yes, we will see you online, because Tammy is awesome at supporting the community. And if anyone needs something, she is there. And so Any final thoughts for us today before we go?
Well, I love you guys, and I've always felt like an outsider because of depression and anxiety, but I found the people who have the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the Huntington's disease group.
Yes.
We are one big community and a big family, right?
That's right.
Yes.
And you can find Tammy Michelle on Facebook
Yeah.
and connect. I'm sure she'd love to connect with you.
Yes.
Yeah, hit me up.
Yes. All right, Tammy, thank you so much for coming on and taking the time out of your day to be with us. And we will see you online.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye, Tammy.
Bye.
All right. So next we are going to bring on the Huntington Study Group. Can we bring on Patty, Mackenzie, and Tracy to start us off? Hi.
Hi there.
Look at your background, Mackenzie. I like it.
I know we're fancy today.
Yes, yes. So while we're waiting for Patty and Tracy, I'm just going to do a quick introduction I'm going to start with Patty. Oh, there she is. Hi. So Patty has been a primary clinical research coordinator for the Huntington's disease study group at the University of Pittsburgh since 2016. She received her training as an occupational therapist at the University of Pittsburgh in 1993 and has worked in adult neurorehabilitation throughout much of her career. In 2008, she was shocked when her husband Rusty was diagnosed with Huntington's disease. Next began her journey as a wife, caregiver, and advocate for Rusty, while also raising 2 young children who are now living at risk. Through it all, Patty and Rusty knew that active involvement in research, advocacy, and education was their best response to receiving this devastating diagnosis. Following Rusty's passing in 2015, Patty joined the staff at the UPMC HD Center of Excellence, initially in the role of a clinical occupational therapist, and then added a role as a clinical research coordinator. Patty has focused her research role on Huntington's studies. She has coordinated 8 observational and clinical studies and is an active member of the Huntington Study Group since 2017, sitting on their member education and executive coordinator councils. She also participated in presentations for the Western PA chapter of the Huntington's Disease Society of America Support Group and COE Education Days. So we are so excited to have you with us today.
Thank you. And next up, Mackenzie. Mackenzie works with Dr. Burton Scott at the Duke University Center of Excellence. She is a Huntington Study Group credentialed clinical research nurse coordinator who is also on the HSG 2021 Convention Planning Committee. That's some work. She has experience with several Huntington's disease clinical trials. Mackenzie is also a passionate advocate within her local community. Thank you for that. And Tracy's from New York. She's worked in banking for 15 years. She is a wife for 14 years now to Jeff, who is the owner of a physiotherapy clinic. And she's also a mom to Weston and Caden, 5 and 4, and she enjoys cooking and playing with her kiddos at local parks.
Awesome. So thank you guys so much for coming on with us today to talk about clinical trials. So I am going to let Mackenzie and Patty take over. And Tracy, I have a couple of questions for you when the presentations are concluded.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much, Katie. I'm so excited to be here today. It's great to see everyone united against the fight for Huntington's disease, or in the fight against Huntington's disease. So I am a research coordinator at Duke University. I work with Dr. Scott. Funny story, Dr. Scott actually trained Dr. Susky, who Patty works with. So the HD research community is a small world. We're all kind of connected. I'm really excited to be here today. I had no idea that taking a job in neurology research would end up to be a lot more than that. I have truly fallen in love with meeting and working with HD patients and their families. And I just absolutely love learning and hearing all about their stories. It is more than a job. It's become my passion and my purpose. So first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm going to talk about clinical trials, clinical research in general. I'm going to answer a couple of the questions from the HD community that Katie provided for me, and just kind of do things in general. So I do work at a specific site that has specific studies, but I'm not here to talk about any of those specific studies or, you know, trying to recruit anybody today. We're just going to discuss things kind of in general. So first of all, the word clinical and clinical trial, I want people to understand what that means. That means that we're working with people, that we're trying these treatments or therapies in the human population. You'll often hear about preclinical trials, and that's when they test certain disease treatments or therapies in animals, often mice, or in human cells in like a petri dish type thing. So clinical trials means it's for people. And every trial is different. What they're studying is unique. So it has specific protocols, specific timelines, specific inclusion-exclusion criteria. They're all very unique. And I know that's a hot topic, and I talked to Katie about this, so I want to mention it. Inclusion-exclusion trial criteria. So every study has things that they want to see in participants and things that they don't. And those are inclusionary and exclusionary. Now, I personally understand how frustrating and disappointing it can be when you or someone you love is not able to qualify for a clinical trial. I'm very aware, we are very aware, I'm sure Patty is as well, that these trials are often viewed as a lifeline. So please know that your research team is also disappointed and frustrated when we can't get everybody in that we want to. But as hard as that is, it is for a good reason. So the first reason that we have inclusion-exclusion criteria is safety. That's the bottom line. That's the most important thing in any clinical trial. So if you've ever been a part of a trial, you've experienced a screening visit. And in those visits, we do a ton of stuff. We ask you about 50 questions, and we take some blood and look at your heart rhythm and take your vital signs. And we do all of that to make sure that you're in a healthy, stable state. We wouldn't want someone with an underlying health condition to be started on a new drug, especially when we may not know everything there is to know about that drug, because it may not be safe. It might result in a complication. We also take a look at the medications you're on. If the medications you're taking may have the same side effects as the new drug in the research study, then that could be compounding and we could have a complication that way. Another reason we have inclusion-exclusion criteria, and this one's a little harder, is, you know, when, for example, Proof HD is looking for folks with early stages of Huntington's disease. That's because we're looking at your ability to function independently over time. So we can collect that data and really measure it in someone with early Huntington's disease, whereas it may be far more difficult to measure that in folks with advanced stages. And I know that's frustrating, but the idea is that we take individuals who are in a similar stage, and the expectation is that they will be on the same slope for progression. So we really try to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. We want to make sure that we are getting the whole picture and eliminating any other factors that could affect the data we collect. But all of that aside, if a drug is approved by the FDA, it doesn't matter if you met the inclusion-exclusion criteria. If that drug is available to get prescribed by your doctor, then you can have that conversation with him or her and say, is this drug right for me? It doesn't, you know, it is not reliant upon whether or not you qualified for the trial. So it'll be available to a much broader group of people. Okay, so I mentioned Proof HD. This is another question that we got from Katie that she heard in the research community. Why are we studying pridopidine again? Hasn't it failed in other trials? Well, yes, it has, but I think it's really worthwhile, and I want to tell you why. So when you do a clinical trial, you have to tell the FDA exactly what drug, at what dose, in what disease population, and what effect it's going to have. We call that the primary endpoint. So pridopidine has been studied in the past to see if it can help with the movements associated with Huntington's disease, as well as the irritability. It wasn't able to do those things. But with all the data that we collected in those trials, we did find something else. The data collected in those trials suggested that pridopidine may help people with Huntington's disease be able to function independently over time a little better. Now, we're still studying that to see if that could be the case, but that is huge. I don't know about all of you, but I know to our patients, that is the biggest deal. Being able to go to work, being able to manage their finances, being able to clean the house and get the dishes done and function, do, what you need to do and what you want to do throughout the day. So if there's a suggestion that this drug may help people, then absolutely, let's dive in, let's dig deeper, have a new trial and learn everything we can. If there's something out there that may help Huntington's disease patients, then let's leave no stone unturned. That's why I think it's important. Now, on the chapter of, failed trials, I know that we've had a really rough year in HD research, and we often hear them described as failed if a study doesn't get FDA approval. But there's really no such thing as a failed study, because no matter how you look at it, we learn invaluable information from every trial that we do. Take the Genentech Roche tominersen trial, for example. They successfully lowered mutant Huntington protein in the spinal fluid. It didn't necessarily do the trick for people. It didn't have the effect on their symptoms that we hope to, but that's still a huge success. That's been like the buzz goal in HD research for years. That is a huge accomplishment, and no doubt that will lay the stone for the steps we take and guide us in the right direction for the future of Huntington's disease treatments. So don't give up hope. Don't give up hope on current trials, future trials. Everyone is valuable, and we never really truly fail. So I'm going to finish just by getting straight to the point here. Huntington's disease is a chronic, progressive, neurodegenerative disease. I think we all know that. The HDSA's website says there is no treatment and no cure that can stop, slow, or prevent the effects of Huntington's disease. I absolutely hate reading that. I absolutely hate saying that out loud, and I hate knowing that that's true. So I want you to take a minute and try to picture where you'd want to be in the future. What if we could change that? What if we could tweak that a little bit? What if we could say that Huntington's disease is a non-fatal condition? What if we could say that it's manageable with treatment, or that it's curable? How could we do that? How could we change the literal definition of Huntington's disease? How could we change what it means to have it? What it means to love someone with HD? What it means to be a part of an HD family? How can we change Huntington's disease as we know it? Well, I am here to tell you that there is only one way, and that is clinical research. Clinical research, conducting in trials and participating in trials, is the only way to bridge the gap between our current definition of Huntington's and what we want to see in the future. We have to be that change, and we have to make that difference. So I'm going to provide some links in the chat box here for clinicaltrials.gov. Last time I looked, which was this week, there's over 200 trials listed for Huntington's disease, and for hdtrialfinder.org. That one's really great because you can actually create a profile, talk about yourself, where you live, what kind of symptoms you have, and they can find a trial and determine if you may qualify. And additionally, I know I speak for both Patty and myself when I say that we would be happy to help you. If those websites prove to be difficult to you, or you don't see something that pops up right away, within the Huntington Study Group Network, we will find the right trial for you. So I challenge you today. Get online or get with Patty and I, find a trial and join the fight, because you have to be the difference that you want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. And I'm actually, when you put that in the chat, majority of all of our viewers are on the live stream. So we'll cut, they can't see it. So we're going to copy what you put, and we'll put it on, we'll get it on all the live streams, Facebook, YouTube, all of the live streams, and then Vimeo after. We'll have exactly what Mackenzie just said. We will have that information. She's going to give it to us, and we're going to give it to you.
Thank you, Katie.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh,
I'll take over from here. I am Patty Conlin, and I work at the University of Pittsburgh under Dr. Valerie Susky. Just as Mackenzie had said, she trained under Dr. Burton Scott. So it's a small world. Thanks so much to Katie and Katrina and Help for HD for inviting us to join today's conversation. It's been a great program so far. So I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that. Okay, so what I wanted to speak about today was the why and the how to get involved in research. I try to impart to all of our clinic patients that every research project is an opportunity, whether it's trying to learn about a condition as it progresses through the stages, or trying to find better symptom management to improve function, all the way to the big studies that are looking at eliminating the threat of HD at its source. Every study contributes its piece, and you are the difference. We have researchers all around the world dedicated to working with Huntington's disease, but without an active and interested community to participate in trials, we can't reach those goals. I still remember my husband's response when being approached about doing research. It was a resounding yes. And just as they had said about Carlos earlier today, it's how he saw that he was going to be able to give back to the HD community. It was his chance to do what he could to help. And his dream lives on in me. Through working together with our families and networking with other sites, I'm going to do my best to keep HD research strong and accessible to our families, to my family. So how do you get involved in HD research? Mackenzie just offered some links that you can find online, but very often the first place you can look is at your doctor's office. Many physicians specializing in Huntington's will also have a connection with a research site, either their own or someplace nearby. They may offer observational studies like Enroll HD, or you can sign up for a research registry that can be called if studies become available locally. If you can't find local resources, then there's always online resources as well. Help for HD has some resources, HDYO, and the Huntington Study Group are all examples of worldwide organizations dedicated to helping match people and families with resources and research. I'm quite familiar with the Huntington Study Group as I've been a member since 2017. So Huntington Study Group is a network of clinics that work together to support Huntington's research. You can be sure that if my clinic is not currently offering a study that might be a good fit for you, I'll be calling the next closest clinic to see what they're offering. We're all working hard to try to find a study that's the right fit for you, that meets your inclusion and exclusion criteria, or that you meet the study's inclusion and exclusion criteria. This is how a network works, because we're all trying to work together and collaborating to help each study meet its enrollment needs. Enrollment is important, but it's just the first step. Timely enrollment, getting to your enrollment goals quickly, and then retention of enrollment are paramount to a study's success. So let's talk quickly about the different types of studies that you can get involved in. There are observational studies like the Enroll HD study. They don't study any type of medication or treatment, but rather they measure many symptoms of a condition as it progresses from year to year. Now, these studies are valuable in their ability to gather large amounts of data, which increases the overall knowledge that we have about Huntington's disease. It can also act as an entry point into a research registry where you can be considered for other studies as well. Clinical trials, as Mackenzie had said, is trials in humans. Those are the ones that are more likely looking into whether a proposed drug or treatment will be safe and tolerated by the patients, and then it'll progress further to test effectiveness with larger groups. The old saying of start low and go slow is a common theme when starting a clinical trial. Often they'll set up with just a few patients at first receiving the actual drug for a short period of time to see if that drug is safe. Then it may progress to what we call a double-blind study. Now, the double-blind study, only some patients are receiving the actual drug. Others will get a placebo, or what some people refer to as a sugar pill. And that's important because if the subject doesn't know what they're taking, and also the research staff doesn't know, then nobody is biased when we're making the measurements. And it's the only way to prove the differences between the two study arms. I always tell my families that the placebo arm is equally important to the test arm, and it is. So after the double-blind phase, many subjects can qualify to enter into what they call the open label phase. This ongoing study measures subjects' reactions to the drug, but in this phase, there's generally not a placebo arm. Everyone is given study drug as tolerated, and ongoing measurements allow us to further study effectiveness and tolerance. Right now at my site, we're running both the double-blind phase and the open label phase of Connect HD. Connect HD is testing valbenazine as the next VMAT2 inhibitor to treat chorea in patients with Huntington's disease. Having both phases of those studies at my site allows the families to seamlessly progress to the next phase and continue to receive that medication. The open label phases will usually continue until a drug becomes approved and available, or if it's determined not to be affected. So when we're looking at Connect HD, a lot of families say, well, why are we studying another VMAT2 inhibitor? We currently have tetrabenazine and Austedo approved for use with HD. Why do we need another one? The way that we answer that is that every drug won't work for every patient. It's just like apples. There are many different types of apples. There are Macintosh, there are Red Delicious. Each apple has a slightly different molecular composition, giving it a different taste, and some people prefer one over the other. The same can be said for drugs that have similar compositions. They all may work on the same pathway, but they have differences that give us options when it comes to treating patients, because no two patients are exactly the same. So having more options out there gives the physicians a better chance of creating individualized care. In this case, longer acting time or a longer half-life can give fewer side effects or have fewer peaks and valleys in its effectiveness throughout the day. And it can also be more convenient to dose once a day as opposed to up to 4 times a day. So I'm going to wrap it up by saying thank you to all of the families who have participated in research to date. We couldn't have done it without you. I'd also like to encourage those who have not yet participated in research to reach out, ask the question, what can I do? Together we may realize the day and a life free from HD. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. And you guys have a lot of fans on our social media. Like a lot of our people actually go and see you. So they are definitely talking about how wonderful you guys are in their lives. So you are on the social chat. You guys are in very high regards, both of you guys. You could tell your families. You guys are in their lives. So you are on the social chat. You guys are in very high regards, both of you guys. How weird. We're getting like feedback. Huh. So anyways, I said it twice, how much people love you guys. It had to be repeated. So the social feed repeated it for us.
Thank you.
So, Yes. So thank you guys for coming on so much. And before we leave you guys, I would like to bring on Tracy. And Tracy, if you can unmute and just kind of tell us a little bit about clinical trial participation. So my first question for you is, what is it like to participate in a clinical trial?
There's a lot of baseline testing that happens. So every time I go in, I have to be tested for behavior and baseline cognitive testing. That way they have my information so that they can compare it to other people in the study.
Yeah. Yeah. And do you find that those are sometimes like, it's pretty, because you were saying to participate in a clinical trial, do you find that it's fulfilling or tiring or kind of both or all of it, all those emotions?
All of the above, I would say. Yeah, it's all those things. You feel tired, but you feel a little bit like, oh, I'm excited for this opportunity and to learn a little bit more. So yes.
Yeah, definitely. So can you go over a couple of the pros and cons with us of clinical trial participation?
Sure. Again, I guess one of the pros is hopefully helping myself or others in this fight against HD. It's just always in my head, like if there's something I can do, something that can come from this, it'll be awesome to help in any way for myself or others. And again, the con is just going to probably be the testing, the time that you have to go back in and spend your time. So a couple hours typically that you're in the facility doing everything that you have to do. But there is compensation for that. They do give a gift card for that for my time. So that helps a little.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And I think if everyone knew how important those little things are that help us through, right?
Correct. Yep. It just kind of makes it a little less hard.
A little easier. Yeah. Take a little of the burden off of us, right? With the expense. So how has your experience been and why do you continue to participate?
Duke has been awesome. They've been, the facilities are comfortable. They always make me feel start to finish that they're very, keeping me organized and start to finish, keeping me informed. Mackenzie is great at her job. She's so easy to work with and keeps, hyper organized, super organized and always available by text or call or email. She's very responsive, which is huge for me. And that just makes it part of your time when you're with somebody that is acting like your sister, like telling me stuff that I need to do and acting like some part of the family. So it goes a long way. And do the blood draws and the EKGs and the blood testing that I have to do.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely helps when your clinical trial coordinator becomes your partner, right? They're your partner through it.
Fully. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy. That was really sweet. And the feeling's mutual. I mean, we have a good time. We squeeze some fun in there.
Yeah.
Talk about food, talk about recipes. Yeah.
Nice. Yes. The things important in life. Yeah. And I think like when we do say, thank you to everyone who has ever participated in a clinical trial, because we've been involved as family members in clinical trials too. And it is a lot of time and it takes a lot out of us as families emotionally and sometimes physically to do some of these things. But the joy we get from feeling like we are working to be the last generation to live, like what Mackenzie said, like this is going to take us pushing to be the last generation and we got to keep fighting. So thank you, Tracy, for fighting.
Exactly. It's a big battle to fight. And it's just one that you want to have done with everything that we can do and all the stuff that's out there that they're trying to, let everyone know about and make it available to everyone. So yes, huge.
It is huge. And we thank you. And just because it was made public, Patty and myself and Tracy, we have children at risk and we fight for them, don't we? We fight for them and we fight to be the last generation. So alongside the amazing Huntington study group, which we always have to plug, we always do. They are an amazing group of people and you guys, they are always out, they answer their phone. Kristen and I'm sure that phone rings off the hook and she always answers and they're a great group of people. So please, let's put it in the chats for sure. The Huntington Study Group contact. You guys go to their websites, you can call them, you can go on their websites. They are amazing and they have amazing coordinators and clinics underneath them. So we are so thankful for the Huntington Study Group for fighting for change for our community. So I think do you guys have any final thoughts to leave us on? I think we covered it.
Having us.
Yeah, no, of course. And I'm so excited to meet you both. By the looks of it, you guys are, we are excited to work with you guys more in the future, because you could tell the community definitely is thankful for the way you guys care for your people in your clinics.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anytime.
Always.
All right, guys, thank you so much. All right, we are going to bring on Dietrich. You ready?
Hello, hello. Can you all hear me here? Hey, everybody.
Welcome in.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Hear you well. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Awesome.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and just read a little bit of your bio and then let you do some more introductions as you'd like. But for everyone watching, we do on our app, which the link is provided on Facebook, inside of our app, have full bios. Sometimes we don't have the time to respectfully read everyone's bios because they are amazing and full length. But if you go to the app, you can find it in full. So we're here with Dietrich, Doctor, and please excuse me, I'm going to try my best to pronounce your last name and then you're going to correct me. Let's try this game real quick. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to say Dr. Habenberger.
Oh, that was good.
Nice. Okay. Is Executive Medical Director for Clinical Development at Neurocrine Biosciences Incorporated. At Neurocrine, Dr. Habenberger serves as clinical lead for programs in Huntington's disease, epilepsy, and co-leads a translational biomarkers team. So welcome to the program, and we are excited to hear what's going on.
Fantastic. So let me try to share my screen. Let's see.
I don't want to pre-do anything, but we just read an awesome press release. Yes. So I'm hoping you're going to talk about that.
Don't steal my thunder. Okay. Don't steal my thunder.
I won't. You can mute me. You can mute me.
No. That's absolutely fine. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Awesome. Okay. Hey everybody. It's such a pleasure to be with you all. It's and I mean that really from the bottom of my heart. You heard, I mean, there's my short bio goes on, and just to tell you a little bit more about myself personally, I'm a neurologist by training, originally trained in Vienna, Austria. So I apologize for my very Austrian last name. This is you can talk to my dad about that name. But I'm as I said, I'm trained as a neurologist in Vienna at the university. And received a special training in movement disorders. I've been basically a movement disorder neurologist for 20 plus years, and then eventually really focused and moved into clinical research. Thanks to the speakers before me, just to phenomenally explain clinical research and why clinical research is so important. I've been in clinical research in movement disorders and hyperkinetic movement disorders like Huntington's and other choreas and tremors and other disorders. I've been working in that area for many years. First in the university, then the last more or less 10 years at the NIH, the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda, Maryland, and then now since about 2.5 years with Neurocrine, which is really a very science and discovery and innovation focused company here located in Southern California. And what I will talk to you about today is our Connect HD program. You heard a little bit about Connect HD already, and why we are excited about this program, why we are excited about developing a novel VMAT2 inhibitor for Huntington's disease, and where we stand at the moment. And yes, we are at an exciting junction in our program. So let me just move on to my next slide. So here we go. So what is valbenazine? You already heard, and I can't add anything more to what was said before. But VMAT2, valbenazine is a VMAT2 inhibitor. What is VMAT2? You see a little, for the ones that like science, like me. You see a little graph here on the right of the slide. It is basically a target in the brain. It's expressed in the brain. It's a transporter that is responsible for releasing dopamine into what we call the synapse. And the synapse is basically the space between two nerve cells. And that fine-tuning of release of dopamine, and then the docking of dopamine on the next nerve cell is really important for the intricacies of motor control and of movement. And this molecule, valbenazine, and you see here the chemical structure down here, was actually developed and discovered here, right? A few doors down in the labs of Neurocrine in this company, and it was approved. It was developed originally and approved in 2017 by the FDA, by the US FDA, for the treatment of adults with tardive dyskinesia under the treatment name of Ingrezza. So tardive dyskinesia is a hyperkinetic movement disorder. So it's a movement disorder with too much of movement, and the movement affects the face, the tongue, or other body parts that cannot be controlled. And it's usually coming or usually it's presenting or develops in patients and people who are on antipsychotic treatment for schizophrenia, for example, for many years. That can develop into something that we call tardive dyskinesia. Blocking VMAT2 and blocking that dopamine there's flushing into the synapse is thought to help improve this too much of movement. And this is why VMAT2 inhibitors are actually known to also work in other hyperkinetic movement disorders like chorea in Huntington's disease. And so therefore we are now given the difference and the selectivity and the specificity of this compound, and the fact that it's a one-time daily dose administration. Neurocrine is studying valbenazine for the treatment of chorea associated with Huntington's disease. And just to make sure that we're all aware of that, so valbenazine is not approved by the FDA or Health Canada. And that's a reason why we are conducting this phase 3 clinical trial together with our amazing partners at the Huntington Study Group and the Clinical Trials Coordination Center of the University of Rochester. So shout out to our awesome partners right there. So what is the Connect HD study? We already heard about that. It is a double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized clinical trial. Or you could also say a phase 3 trial. It's a confirmatory trial, basically where we are basically testing the effectiveness of valbenazine to reduce chorea associated with Huntington's disease. And it's a clinical trial, as we heard. And next to the efficacy, of course, it's the same way. It's important to also assess the safety and tolerability of valbenazine in individuals with HD. So this is why it's important to have a placebo-controlled study, really to demonstrate what is the difference to non-treatment or to what's what happens after or during the treatment with placebo, and not only from an efficacy point of view, but also from a safety point of view. So until that's really proven, and that's what we have these studies for, we cannot assume that it works. So this is why we are doing these trials. So that's the placebo-controlled study, and we already heard about the Connect HD2 study, and that is an open-label study to evaluate the long-term safety and tolerability of valbenazine. So that's the open label, as we also call extension study, for all participants who participated in Connect HD, the double-blind placebo-controlled study. Everybody will go or will be invited, who will be eligible to roll over into this open label extension study to continue on open label valbenazine. So there's not blinded, so you don't know whether you are on it or not. Basically, everybody will receive valbenazine who came out of the Connect HD study. What's the reason for this study? First of all, to provide long-term access to the drug, to the ones that participated in the clinical trial, and mainly also to study the long-term safety and tolerability for valbenazine in Huntington's disease, and also look at the maintenance of effect. So basically, the Connect HD study is a relatively short study. This is a long-term study for 2 years. What are the eligibility criteria, the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the Connect HD2 study. So we're inviting subjects who are male or female ages 18 to 75 with a diagnosis of motor manifest Huntington disease with sufficient, quote unquote, sufficient chorea symptoms to meet study protocol criteria, basically where chorea is present, where we can assess the efficacy of the study drug and willing and able to comply with the study. So now, and here's really the breaking news. There are several breaking news here that we are happy to share with you all. First of all, as Katie mentioned, we just recently, a few weeks ago, were able to finish and complete enrollment into Connect HD. So basically, we reached our recruitment goal of 128 subjects who participated, who started the Connect HD trial. So the Connect HD double-blind placebo-controlled study is now basically closed for enrollment. Thanks for the fantastic support and participation across all study sites, Huntington Study Group, patients, families. This was a huge effort, especially in this so difficult past year for all of the entire community of practitioners, physicians, doctors, study teams at the site. So really, this was an amazing accomplishment. So this is really one of the great news of that. Second update here is that very recently we opened up our Connect HD2 study to patients with chorea in Huntington disease who have not participated in Connect HD. So we increased our enrollment goal to 150 and inviting additional subjects who want to participate in the open label study only. You don't have to go into the double-blind placebo-controlled study to participate in the study for Connect HD2. That's a 2-year study. You see here are the details: 18 study visits, 5 telephone calls, and it's also a clinical trial. So you'll be coming to your study sites. Last here is the contact. So this study is conducted in the US and in Canada. Our amazing partners at the Huntington Study Group have a website that you can see here at connecthd.org. You can reach out directly to the participating sites or to the one and only amazing Jody Goldstein at the Huntington Study Group, or Dr. Erin First-Stimming, our principal investigator of the study. With that, I say thank you very, very much. I hope you all have a wonderful Saturday. And yeah, back to you, Katie.
Wow. That was awesome.
Thank you so much, Dietrich. That was a fantastic, and congratulations on enrollment. Thank you, HD community, for everyone who participated and put your time out there and took part in this trial. We thank you as always. So I think that'll do it. Thank you, Dietrich. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Bye.
We are going to bring on uniQure next. So we have a video that we're going to play, and then we are going to bring on Dr. Ying for some Q&A questions that we've actually already got from the community when we said that we would answer questions live. We do have a couple for her. So here is the video explaining what uniQure is doing for their Huntington's disease project, and then we will talk to Dr. Ying.
Hi everyone, my name is Edgar Vega, and I am the Senior Manager of Patient Advocacy. And today we're going to talk about our Huntington's disease focus trial, which is named the HD Gene TRX1 trial. But before we do that, and we introduce Dr. Sarah Ying, we actually wanted to go ahead and talk a little bit about uniQure, and then also introduce you to our patient advocacy team here at the company. So uniQure, has been around for 20 years, and we have over 20 years in developing what we call AAV gene therapy, which is adeno-associated virus gene therapy. And so we have an office where all of our research and development is done, which is in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. And that office has been actually around for over 20 years. But then all the development and manufacturing of the actual products are done, just outside the Boston area in a city called Lexington, Massachusetts. And so we were actually super excited because we did launch one of the first gene therapies in the Western world. And so we take all that knowledge, of 20 plus research and apply that, to different, disease areas, with the main focus currently being on Huntington's disease, through our clinical trial. And so, in those 20 plus years of research, we also, are fortunate enough to be able to work with those communities that exist, surrounding those different disease states. And in Huntington's disease, we've been, very fortunate to really try to understand the impact of the disease by engaging with the community, right? So in different, events that you may see us at, whether it was in person, or virtual over the last year, we've been super fortunate to, get to know most of you. And if we haven't done that in person, we hope to do that at some point. But then we'll actually take those conversations that we have, right? And help us, shape internal programs, right? To make sure that patient voice is heard throughout everything that we kind of do, and it could be something as simple as like, a piece of collateral that we create, that you take with you, to something, super impactful as making an update to a clinical trial. And then we actually try to create opportunities for that patient voice to be heard directly, right? Via, internal patient speakers and patient advisory boards. And as you can see here, some of the pictures, that we have been so fortunate to share, with you all as well. And one of the things that I really like to highlight, for us internally is that we take, that information and we actually are able to share with, the company internally, right? So if it's a scientist that is working on, some sort of vector development, but sometimes doesn't see the potential impact that they can have of what they're working on, that they can understand, like, they might not see the impact at this moment in time, but within a couple of years, they could see, the impact of the vector that they're working on. Our patient advocacy team is small, so we always, say an N of 2, which is a number of 2. And so Daniel Leonard, which, most of you may know, is our Senior Director of Global Patient Advocacy. So he has responsibilities, throughout the globe. And then, there's me, which is, I'm the Senior Manager of Patient Advocacy, and I have responsibilities within the US and North America. And so we're super excited to try to, create those connections, with you all, as our clinical trial advances, and hope to see you, in person soon at some point in time. But, whether it's a scientist, whether it's our patient advocacy team, ultimately our mission is to deliver, one-time treatments to hopefully transform those patients' lives, right? So whether it's our hemophilia program or currently our Huntington's disease programs, like that's what drives us, and that's what makes us, go out and work for these communities every day, and with the hope of transforming patients' lives, as much as possible. And so with that, thank you very much for your time. I'd like to introduce Dr. Sarah Ying.
Hello, my name is Sarah Ying, and I'm the Senior Director of Clinical Development for the Huntington's Disease Program here at uniQure. I'm really excited to be able to share our work on the HD GeneTrix 1 clinical trial. For those diseases where there is a genetic link, gene therapy represents a very promising therapeutic approach. Gene therapy is defined as a technique that uses genetic material to treat or prevent disease. First, we have to figure out how to get the treatment to where it needs to go. Now, viruses already do exactly that. They find specific cells and inject their genetic material. So what our scientists have done is to modify a viral capsid so that it delivers our therapeutic genetic material instead of the usual viral DNA. The viral capsid can be compared to a box that might be delivered to your door. Then the scientists have packaged the therapeutic genetic material into an expression cassette, which is like an instruction manual or a recipe book. Once the patient receives the package, then the patient has the instructions so the patient's own body can continually produce the therapeutic molecule encoded in the DNA expression cassette. In the case of brain diseases, if the gene therapy is delivered to the brain, then the brain itself can be the factory that produces the therapy to correct the genetic defect. For HD, uniQure is developing a gene therapy approach to reduce the amount of mutant huntingtin protein. As this audience knows well, the cause of HD is a mutation in the huntingtin gene. With increased CAG repeats, the mutant huntingtin mRNA produces a mutant protein. This leads to clumping of proteins and degeneration of neurons across the brain. This degeneration is particularly concentrated in certain brain areas, which in turn is associated with the symptoms of the disease. uniQure's gene therapy approach aims to reduce the amount of HTT mRNA, thereby reducing the amount of toxic HTT protein, aggregation, and neurodegeneration. The gene therapy is based on the box, AAV5, and the instructions, an artificial microRNA against HTT, or MIHTT, and has the company name of AMT-130. Let's take a closer look at AMT-130. The clinical trial uniQure is conducting in HD uses a gene therapy known as AMT-130. This investigational treatment is the first one-time administered gene therapy to enter clinical testing for the treatment of HD. AMT-130 is administered only once by a neurosurgical procedure. There are two key components to AMT-130, an AAV5 vector and a gene encoding a microRNA. The vector acts as a delivery system and is based on a non-disease causing adeno-associated virus, or AAV5, that has been changed to carry and deliver a gene encoding a microRNA that will recognize, bind, and non-selectively lower the human huntingtin protein. MicroRNA, or miRNA, are small pieces of genetic material that can prevent production of a given protein. To non-selectively lower human huntingtin protein means that production of both the disease-causing mutant, mHTT, and normal huntingtin protein, HTT, will be decreased. The trial uses the same technique used for almost a decade by neurosurgeons experienced in delivering AAV vectors to the deep gray matter, including the head of the caudate and the putamen. The animation shows the brain with the left hemisphere removed to show the deep gray matter structures in tan and the CSF-filled lateral ventricles in light blue. The neurosurgeons will fill the head of the caudate with AMT-130 and then infuse the putamen twice. This volume is immediately distributed to fill 70% of the deep gray matter structures. Then, MIHTT is released in extracellular vesicles and transported to cortical areas and other gray matter structures involved in the neuropathology of Huntington disease. The main purpose of this study is to find a safe dose of AMT-130 in adults who have tested positive for the HD gene and who have early stage HD. The study will also look at how the body processes AMT-130 and will explore how AMT-130 might affect how the disease progresses. The therapeutic goal is to inhibit the production of the mHTT by using AAV to deliver genes encoding microRNAs directly to the brain for non-selective lowering of the huntingtin protein. Ultimately, what we'd like to learn is if AMT-130 can lower huntingtin protein levels. It would be hard to expect restoration of function once it is already lost, but ideally, this approach of lowering huntingtin protein levels could slow the progression of Huntington's disease. So we're calling the first gene therapy study HD GeneTrix 1. The objectives of this phase 1/2 clinical trial are to assess the safety, tolerability, and efficacy of AMT-130 in patients with HD using a dose-escalating, randomized, and double-blinded control design. The inclusion criteria include, but are not limited to, patients with a definitive clinical diagnosis of early manifest, stage 1, HD, genotype of 40 CAG repeats or greater in the huntingtin gene, between the ages of 25 to 65 years old. Several clinical sites are open and recruiting in the United States. Please note that participants will need to be off any other experimental agents for 60 days prior to enrollment. Previous exposure to gene therapy, Huntington lowering strategies, or experimental brain surgery are prohibited. It is important to reiterate that AMT-130 is administered only once. The study is testing 2 dose levels of AMT-130, low dose and high dose. The safety of the low dose will be assessed before testing the high dose. A total of 26 patients will be enrolled. Of the 26 patients enrolled, 16 will receive treatment with AMT-130, the treated group, and 10 will not receive any study treatment, imitation group. Patients assigned to the treated group will receive the dose of AMT-130 during a neurosurgical visit. AMT-130 will be infused into 2 specific brain regions, caudate and putamen, under general anesthesia. This is done by drilling 2 to 6 small holes in the skull and administering AMT-130 by a microcatheter. For patients assigned to the imitation group, similar scalp incisions will be made under general anesthesia, and the patient will remain as if the full administration procedure were being performed. But no holes will be drilled into the surface of the skull, and they will not receive a dose of AMT-130. The main part of the study lasts for 12 months, with additional annual visits out to 5 years for continued safety follow-up. Procedures will include clinic visits, assessments of physical and neurological health, a neurosurgical procedure, lumbar punctures, LPs, brain scans, and samples from body fluids. The study is double-blinded, meaning neither the patient nor the investigator or clinical staff will know if the patient is in the treated group or in the imitation group. It is uniQure's intent to give patients who are randomized into the imitation group and successfully complete the trial out to 12 months the choice to enroll in an open-label extension study in which they are guaranteed to receive AMT-130. This can only be done if the FDA and the Study Monitoring Board review the safety and efficacy data collected in the first 12 months of the trial and deem it acceptable to proceed. So this is the first study in humans testing AMT-130 gene therapy. Currently, there is no information on the long-term side effects of AMT-130 in humans. AMT-130 has been studied in animals. The doses in this study are based on doses given to animals and were found to be generally safe. Some AAV vectors have been approved for clinical use and are being used in several gene therapy clinical trials. In general, AAV vectors are considered safe. Risks that should be considered are the following. Treatment with gene therapy is permanent and cannot be removed once administered. AMT-130 lowers both normal and mutant huntingtin protein in animals. The effects of lowering normal and mutant huntingtin protein levels in adults are currently unknown. Patients may be ineligible to receive another gene therapy treatment after receiving AMT-130. Because AMT-130 is investigational, there may be risks or side effects that are not known at this time. There may be rare or unknown side effects, including reactions that may be life-threatening. AMT-130 is delivered directly to the brain and will include risks associated with general anesthesia and microcatheter placement in the brain. Please feel free to contact our study team or your local clinical trial site with questions about gene therapy in general or our HD GeneTrix-1 study in particular. It has been a really exciting year for AMT-130. In April 2021, uniQure announced completion of enrollment in the first cohort of the phase 1/2 clinical trial of the AMT-130 study for the treatment of Huntington's disease. A total of 10 patients have been enrolled in the study thus far, including 6 patients treated with AMT-130 and 4 patients who received imitation surgery. Enrollment of the second dose cohort in HD GeneTrix-1 is expected to begin in the third quarter of 2021. uniQure also announced plans to initiate a second clinical study of AMT-130 in Europe in the second half of 2021. This will be called HD GeneTrix-2. We are so grateful to all our investigators, our collaborators, and especially all patients, their family, and friends. Everyone has poured their hearts and souls into this study so that we can all better understand the effect of AMT-130 on Huntington's disease. Here is the contact information for our sites in alphabetical order by state. The first 5 are at the University of California, San Francisco, Rush University in Chicago, Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center in Boston, and the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Our next 5 sites are at the Ohio State University in Columbus, Vanderbilt University in Nashville, University of Texas, Houston, Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, and University of Washington in Seattle. If you or someone that you know might be interested in participating in our study in the United States, please do reach out to our clinical trial sites. And for the most up-to-date information on trial sites, please visit hdtrialfinder.org, clinicaltrials.gov, or write to us directly at AMT130_clinical_trials@unicure.com. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much.
All right, and can we bring on Sarah, Dr. Ying with us?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
There she is live. So I was going to introduce Dr. Ying, but she already did in the video, which is so great. And that was a great lead up. And some of these questions actually that were submitted were kind of covered in the video, Sarah. So, but we're still going to ask, and then you can go for them as you would like. And we could also refer back to the video. The first question was, the phase 1/2 trial is 5 years long. Is this just a precautionary follow-up? If safety is confirmed, will a phase 3 trial not begin earlier than 2025?
That is a great question. And I think it's really important to reiterate all these points. So I'm glad, even if we covered it partially in the talk, that we're able to clarify a little bit more now. And essentially, it's a phase 1/2 trial, and it will last 5 years. And essentially, it's definitely an important precaution because it's very, very safety oriented. And one of the things that we will do is we will be in constant contact with the FDA the entire time. So in a way, this isn't an answer, and but it, in fact, it is sort of the reality, which is that we would, theoretically, we would wait 5 years for the trial to end before we were certain of our answer. But frequently what we hope is we continue our contact with the FDA and continue to discuss many of the issues that are involved and some of the early signals that are coming through, and discuss sort of the possibilities for continuation. So.
Awesome, thank you. If it is found effective in the early disease stages, will it be available to pre-symptomatic people automatically to prevent reaching the early stage, or will another trial be required for that to happen?
That is a super great question as well. Again, one that's on everyone's minds. But to answer the question, yes, we will need a separate trial for each of these cases. If it does prove to be useful for the early stage cases, then, however, it's a very good basis to set up the trial for pre-symptomatic patients. And it's just because the trials are specifically set up, and then the safety information that we get from them, as well as the efficacy information, really is targeted towards that particular population. And there may be different safety risks earlier in the disease, and there may be a different efficacy readout. And so it would actually be helpful to all to understand that and to investigate this in a controlled fashion. But you're absolutely right. The intent is there that that it builds success in one stage of disease, builds confidence, and sets the stage for setting another clinical trial in a different stage of disease.
So our next question that came in, will there ever be or talk at Unicure about children with JOHD as an arm of this trial if it's found safe in the future?
That is a great question. And right now we're still in the very, very early stages of really just sort of like understanding the safety, much less the efficacy. And, you know, people with juvenile onset, they have very different manifestations, and we would probably have to do other studies to better understand the comparator group. And so the simple answer is it does not automatically follow from the study in adults, but again, similar to sort of our discussion of early stage versus earlier stage, you know, normal onset versus very early onset. It builds confidence, helps us to understand our methodology better, our approaches and our signals. And so it puts us in better stead, but it does not automatically set us up for the next trial.
Thank you. Has the FDA approved a therapy like this for other diseases? If it is safe and works, do you think it will be hard to get the FDA to get a therapy like this to market?
That is a great question, and sort of that's sort of the question that's circulating amongst everyone. There are other gene therapies that are involved in other diseases. There are other antisense related trials that have been circulating in other diseases. And in general, what we're learning from, or the experience that we're gaining from all of these different trials in all of these different types of diseases, whether it's CNS related or liver related, helps us better understand the ramifications. And so we're all learning together, including together with the FDA. And so for each treatment, we're setting up our essentially we're setting up our own path. And so we're all learning together on this one.
It's very interesting how you led, because this next question is literally like leading into that. So someone asked, with the recent news about Genentech Roche with gene therapies, does this hurt Unicure's trial or will it make it harder?
It certainly is a disappointment to the entire community. It would just having treatment and options available, I think helps. Helps patients, helps companies, and helps everybody to understand. One of the things that I really have to take my hats off, like various hats off to all the various parties involved, the patients for being involved in this trial, knowing that they are experimental, and for the companies who have been very forthcoming in their communication with the HD community so that we can understand what's happening. It is it would have been very encouraging to understand that an antisense technology could work, and in many ways our own technology is similar but different. In the end, it actually does use an antisense mechanism in that there's complementary binding to the targeted protein. However, the agent itself is very different. In the Roche and the Wave trials, those are essentially they're artificial, they're manufactured nucleotides, whereas this is virally delivered, naturally produced and continually produced nucleotides, as you would find in the body. And so as a result, what is delivered by Unicure or one of these virally mediated gene therapies is a much, much lower dose, but continuous production of the same general, hopefully, end product, which would be binding to the mutant or regular HTT protein and downregulation of it.
Okay. And is there a way when it's administered, because it's administered, and let's say if someone had like a reaction to it, not meaning a greater population, but an individual reaction, is there something to clear it out of the body, or is there a way to do that if something like that was to happen?
So that is a great question, and that's why, that's why I feel that the antisense oligonucleotides versus the virally mediated ones are in many ways very, very complementary. For example, you could give a test dose with an antisense if it worked, and then possibly, and if you decided this was something that worked, you could then decide to choose a virally mediated, essentially more permanent solution. Or alternatively, if you went first with the virally mediated version, you could, and you needed a booster, you could add the oligonucleotides, the synthetic oligonucleotides. However, as it is, exactly like the thrust of the question is that, is there something you can do once it's entered? And the answer is no, which means that we have, and that's why we have to be doubly certain to do these studies very, very carefully, and get as much information as possible so that we understand that they're safe. We do think they are safe in that in our trials, in our preclinical models, there and AAV itself is in the various forms is generally considered a relatively innocuous virus as viruses go, and so one of the and in fact it often, when an infection occurs, it's often asymptomatic. So we started with a virus that we believe is less toxic to begin with, less virulent, and we were also being very, very careful in our dosing, after having reassured ourselves, looking at short-term and long-term effects in the preclinical model. That's why, and we're monitoring our human volunteers very, very closely, and we appreciate everything that everybody has done to bravely step up where no one has gone before.
Yes, that is for sure. And it's interesting because we live in this world right now that we're learning about, like, right, COVID and these vaccines. And now they're like, okay, so how long till a booster? Is it, there are these talks of booster. So it's interesting when you said booster to me, because I've heard this in the community in our talk, and I've often thought, like, it's a one-time treatment, you think, right? So what if it's really not? Let's say 10 years down the road, it stops being effective. Is there going to be able to be boosters? And I guess that's something only time will tell us. But
that's a great question too, because it's also an area of technological development. And so another area of active study is, can we re-administer? And that's something that in a similar fashion, we'll have to go through the preclinical animal models first to understand what happens, understand what the responses are, and understand what the effectiveness is before we would try that in humans. But that's an active area of inquiry, of course.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Those are the questions that we got from the community. So we are excited. We are watching uniQure very close, and we are hopeful, and thank you to all of our community that is participating in the uniQure trial. I know that this one, they are very cautious and very safe as far as the company, and it's going slow, but seeing as how it, like Dr. Ying said, it's new and it is brain surgery, and they are being very cautious for the families. So thank you for everyone who participated. Thank you, Dr. Ying, for coming on with us today. We can't wait to see you at the next one. Thank you for always saying yes to our calls for you to come on. and
thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you. That means a lot. And we will see you soon. I think that wraps HIPE. We are done for 2021. Amazing. I know it's seem like it's like bittersweet. You know, we were on year 2 of the COVID pushing us to virtual, but the one thing that has happened through this virtual event is we've really discovered the need to keep at least one HIPE virtual, because the amount of participation that we get and the giveaways and the fun interaction that families often we know can't participate or travel to live events, we at least need to keep them virtual to keep going for our community that can't travel, and they could be involved and have fun. And even for our families that aren't in the United States, that it would be too hard for them to travel over. We want to keep at least one virtual a year. So we look forward to 2022. I can't even believe I just said that. Real quick, if you guys registered in time, you guys are getting swag boxes. Some of you probably already have. We saw Carlos wearing the cool hat. He sported it earlier, which is awesome. I'm glad they got theirs. You got license plates, you have chapstick, you have pins, you have bracelets, you have stickers, you have ID cards. It was full of good stuff. Huge thank you to Teva Pharmaceuticals. You did get the Austedo, the only drug approved right now for Huntington's disease for the treatment of chorea. And I don't think that's right. We have Xenazine too, but that is the drug right now is Austedo. And so that information came as long as Shared Solutions that helps pay for the medication or helps you find ways to pay for the medication. I shouldn't say pays for it. The giveaways are closing. So get in there, apply for all the giveaways. We have thousands and thousands of dollars of gift cards going out. They are on their way to you if you win the drawing. So we will do those right after, we'll let the computer system do those right after we conclude. Thank you, Teva Pharmaceuticals. Thank you, Neurocrine. Thank you, Unicure. Thank you, Griffin Foundation. Thank you, Genentech, for supporting HIPE 2021. It was a great year. Unfortunately, it wasn't live, but we covered a lot of great stuff. Remember, you can go on YouTube, you can find segments all about like the Mythbusters. We broke down, we made them into separate segments so you could see the myth and then hear the professionals bust the myth or say if it's fact, because a lot of them was fact, which was kind of mind-blowing for some of the questions. And then this, of course, is our community talking back. And then our first one was on, we did our first one on caregiver. Yeah.
I think it was straight up caregiver.
Yeah.
Yes.
So go find those panels and they can follow us on YouTube, follow us on Help for HD Radio, subscribe to our website. Is there anything I'm forgetting?
Just see you in Orlando.
We'll see you in Orlando. If you are in the area, come see us. We are going to let you know in the next couple of weeks if we are going to go live with the COVID variant. But as of right now, our hope is that it'll be safe for us to meet social distance, and we will be live in Orlando, Florida in October, on October 15th and 16th. So I think that is it. So I'm going to leave you the way I leave every event is Help for HD International is fighting to be the last generation to live with Huntington's disease like past generations have been forced to do. And that is research, that is clinical trials, but that's also awareness and education. And it takes us as a community to bring a global awareness to Huntington's disease and help support our loved ones and families. So our next generation maybe has it a little bit easier than our generation and past generations have been forced to live with Huntington's disease. Till then, till next time, we'll see you in Orlando. Follow us on the social streams. See you soon.